veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la. And I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la. La 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 la. Oh, oh. Oh, oh, la 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 la. La 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 la. I've been driving this train, years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost.
Assalamu alaikum. So this is where we left off last time, and we had this screen. So yeah, we're able to log in and work on this. And we got all this data from Firebase. Okay, now we have to take it one step further right now. So at this moment, this is what we are going to do. Over here, we're going to click on this, and it'll load data from the server, our Firebase server. Then we'll be able to select and go to next page like that, okay? Or we can go back to previous page. Now over here, we are reading data from Firebase, and as you see, we can select answers, go to the next page, and at the top we also have this counter and header like this. And of course, this is a menu button, it works as well. Now we also have the UI over here, the background color, so which is a little bit like custom paint. Okay, so there are a lot of things to cover in the first few hours of this tutorial. Basically, we'll be focusing on this, getting data from Firebase, selecting, showing the counter, work on the counter, as well as this UI. So let's get started. So this is what we had last time, and this is where we left off. So we were able to log in and navigate to this page over here. Okay, if we clicked on this, we checked if we logged in or not. Now over here we also have this try again, so which is to make sure that you really log in. Okay, so regardless whatever it is, so over here we're going to have two routes. Now if user has logged in, would if we click on this, we'll go to a new screen. Okay, and what screen that would be, as I explained just now, so this would be this screen. Okay, now this screen will have this background. Okay, so we'll work from bottom to top. Okay, so first we need to work on this UI itself. So let's go ahead and work on this UI. Now to be able to do that, we'll come to our project folder over here. Now inside this screen over here, we'll create a new folder. Now to be able to create new folder, I'll do it manually from our terminal actually. So I'll come over here and I'll go to cd.lib folder, and inside the screens over here I do mkdir, and I'll do here question. Okay, so let's refresh our UI, and over here we're supposed to see that. Okay, so this is the question. Now inside this question folder, actually I'm going to create a new file over here, and we'll call it QuestionScreen. QuestionScreen.dart. So we have this one over here. Now inside this we are going to create a stateless class. So now we'll go back to our controller over here, and we're going to define a route to it. And how to do that? Now first we'll stick to this one over here, toNamed. Over here we'll create a route, and our route name should be QuestionScreen route name. QuestionScreen dot route name. Okay, this one, of course, it's not there, and we'll pass an argument at the same time. So here we do arguments, and what do you want to pass? We want to pass this model. So let's grab this and pass it. Now of course this variable doesn't exist, so we need to go ahead and declare this over here. So we'll go ahead and declare a variable. So the variable name would be, type would be static, const, and string type, and we'll name it route name, and here we'll just simply call it QuestionScreen, this one, and that's it. Now if we come over here and let's import it, we should be able to import it, and the error is gone. So now if user has logged in, it will take us to this new page, because first we check we are logged in or not, then we go over here. Now based on this we do a simple check, okay, whether we want to try again, make sure that user navigates to the right page. Now let's come over here. Now for now simply we'll just go ahead and do a text over here, child text, and I'm here, and we're going to wrap it around center widget. Okay, let's save it. Now let's go ahead and restart our app, and we'll see how it goes. Now we're over here, so our data is being loaded, and let's click on this. We don't see that anything happens. Now step back in the terminal. Actually we don't need to step back in the terminal. We can come over here, and we are supposed to see this one. We don't see that yet. Okay, so most probably the problem was here in our question card. I set it to true, so you can set it to false. And now let's restart. Let's click on this. Yes, so it takes me to a page where it says QuestionScreen, but of course this is not correct. This is where we don't want to go. Now the reason, most probably here we are missing a slash. Now let's restart one more time, and let's go ahead, let it be load. Yes, well, it still works, but we don't see this one. Now the reason it doesn't work, because we have to come over here inside our route screen. Let's see, where is our routes? Okay, so here is our routes, and we have to define the routes in our app routes, where we have all this list of routes. It goes to home page over here because it can't find anything. Now to be able to do that, first we'll go ahead and copy this one, and right after it we're going to put this one. Okay, now our route name should be QuestionScreen, this one, and we also go to QuestionScreen. Okay, great. Now let's go ahead and restart one more time. Okay, now let's come over here, let's click on them. Yes, we see that we are here. Okay, great. Now of course we don't have any scaffold, so that's why it's black, but it's working. So we are over here right now. Now we saw that, and we learned that first we need to work on this background itself. Okay, so how to do that? Now to be able to work on this background, first we need to create a widget, and that would be reusable widget. So here we do have widgets, and inside this we have common. Now right after this we are going to create a new file, and here we'll call it background color, or background decoration, actually background decoration .dart. Now here we'll create a stateless class, and we'll call it background decoration. Now let's import all the necessary libraries. Yes, great. And now the first thing, we definitely don't need this one. So over here we're gonna work on using stack widget. Okay, and inside this we'll have children. And let's work on this return. And now as we want to work on this, actually over here, instead of like this, we'll have scaffold. Scaffold, yes, great. And not really this one. Okay, great. Now we'll have Alright, let's import libraries, otherwise it's getting cranky. Okay, now actually from here we want to call this background decoration. Okay, so let's go ahead and call it first and see how it goes. Background decoration, yes, and let's save it. Yeah, of course it's whiter right now because we are using scaffold over here. Now a few things that we want to pass from here to this background decoration. Now what are the things that we want to pass? Actually we want to pass a widget to it. So here we'll declare final widget child. So we want to pass a child to it. And then at the same time we want to pass a boolean for showing gradient or color, whether we want to do our custom color or not, like that. Now inside this, some of the items are optional and some of them are required. So here we do required this dot child have to have. Now as I said, this is reusable, so that's why we are working with this widget and child like that. And then we'll have this dot show gradient, and default is false, which means that we don't want to show the gradient color. We want to have our own custom color, and this is where actually we will introduce our custom paint. Anyway, so now right now we are over here. Of course, if we come over here, we'll see an error because we are not passing any widget or child. Now let's go ahead and do that, and for now we'll just simply go ahead and send a text I'm here, so that we don't get any error. Now right over here, because we are using stack widget, and if you look at this architecture, actually it's a little bit complex. A lot of things would overlap onto each other. Now saying that one, you see that we'll have like one background color over here, this one, which is more pink, and over here this is a little light. Actually they're overlapping onto each other, so that's why we use stack widget over here. So you get the idea. Now in fact this background extends the whole UI screen, so it's everywhere. Okay, all right. So anyway, so for this reason actually we are going to use positioned, and right over here we'll have child, and for child we'll have container. Okay, Now inside container, first we want to go ahead and use decoration and then box decoration. Okay, and now as you see that we have this boolean which is show gradient, so we want to check on that one. So we'll check for color. Okay, show gradient. Well, we'll see if show gradient has value or not. If it has no value, or it's false actually, if it's true, then we'll do null. Otherwise we would do theme.of_context.primary color. Now I guess we need to import material package. Okay, great. So if we don't pass any color, or if this is false, so default value is false, then we'll use and show our primary color. Okay, so this is what actually we wanted to see. So this is our primary color. Now what about the child? Now remember, we are passing a child. How to show the child? Now since we are using stack widget, actually we can do the child over here. So one more time we'll do positioned widget, and then here we would do just simply child, the child that we are passing. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it. You see that it is at the top over here. And for now, to be able to we're gonna wrap it around center widget. Okay, so we say it there. Now this is just for test purpose. Now let's restart our app one more time and we see how things goes. Now we are over here, loading data, click on this and it works. Great. Now let's come over here, a lot of more things to do. And we have to set up another property which would be useful, and I'm going to do it now. Over here, if show gradient is true, actually as a gradient, then we would show our main gradient, which is this one. Otherwise we would show null, which means we are not going to show any gradient color. Great, so this is so far working. So first part of this puzzle has been solved, like this color as you see, but what about these two colors which extends up to here at the bottom, as you can see? Let's work on that. Now to be able to work on that, we actually have to create a new class. So right after this class over here, we're going to create a new class, and we'll call the class name background painter, extends custom paint, this one, custom painter actually. Now I guess there are some methods that we need to override, otherwise we'll get error. Okay, so these two methods we should override, and otherwise we'll get error. Okay, now first we'll work on this one, canvas size, canvas size and size, canvas and size, this one. Okay, so first inside this we'll create a paint object, and we'll call it paint, and we'll call the paint constructor, and we'll create a variable of color type, and then we'll assign color to it. So here we'll do colors.white with opacity 0.1. Okay, so let's go ahead and save it. Now if you don't know what this two dots means, actually creating an object. From that object you take the color object or color type and then assign a color to it. So this is pretty much the same as, you can also say paint1 equal paint, and then paint1.color, you can get the color object and then you assign color to it, colors.what or whatever. Okay, so that's exactly the same, but a lot of people write like this, and it's just awesome to write like that, that's all, but nothing complicated. Anyway, and after that we'll get final, create a final variable, we'll call it path, and then we're going to create a path object, and we save it to this one. And why we do that? because actually we are going to draw our own path using this custom painter. So that's why we are doing it. Now, where to start from? If you take a look at this, we actually want to start from here, then go there and come down like this. Okay, so this would be our basic layout for this section. So x value would be, y value would be always, sorry, that should be x value. Over here, x and y, they are all 0. And now over here, x value is not 0 at this point, but y value is 0. Now when you come down to this one, x value is 0 and y value is not 0. Okay, anyway, so let me put it over here so that we know how and what we are talking. So first here we do path move to, and then 0 0. So actually that's our starting point. Okay, this is where we're going to start from. 0 0 to refer to this point over here, top left. And then we have to have a path, the path variable, and from there go somewhere. Okay, so now we'll use a line to this one, go somewhere. Now where to go? We can get sized width, and then over here say 0.2 or 0, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so we go there, and then so what will happen from here, we have this width. Now this width actually means the whole width of this one, but we don't want to go to the whole width. We want to do 0.2% like that, so it'll end up over here like that pretty much. If you have complete width, it would go from here to here. Should make sense. All right, next, because we at least need starting point and 2 other points to make a path, so we need one more. So over here we do line 2. So just now what we did with this, we went from here to here. Now with this line we want to go from here to here. Okay, and how to do that? Now just now I said that over here x value should be 0. Okay, and y value, so this is y, this vertical axis. So here we do size dot height 0.4. okay, I guess we need this one, and then we have to close the path. Path close means drawing is done actually, so we call this object or this method over here, and right after that actually we have to draw it. So here we do canvas dot draw path, draw path, first one. Actually it should be draw path. Now it takes 2 objects, path object and paint object. So first one is path and paint one, second one is paint. After that we should be good to go. And I think we can just simply return here false, because we're not going to do anything. Return, let's see, false. Yeah, great, it should work. Okay, now how to call this one from here? Now remember over here we have this container. We want to put it inside this container. Now container could take child, so let's go ahead and do this child over here. Now inside this we want to call custom paint object or constructor actually. Now for this one, as a painter, it takes painter. What is our painter? Our painter is background painter, this one, and we are good to go. Now let's put them side by side onto each other, and it looks like it's gone. And why? Let me explain to you. Now the reason is because of this position widget. Okay, because we are not defining x, y, z, because the position actually takes top, left, bottom, right. Now we don't have any value for them. The one way to use values for all of them and value as 0, you can just do simply fill. Okay, if you hover over on it, you'll see that it automatically does 0 for you. Okay, so left is 0, top is 0, right is 0, and bottom is 0, so which means the whole screen. and let's go ahead and save it. And beautiful, awesome. This is our first custom painted UI we see over here. It's awesome, just awesome. Now what else to do next? And we have seen already that we also want to draw this one. Okay, how to draw that? And actually pretty much the same way we can draw it. Now you have to ask yourself, where do you want to start drawing from? This time actually we want to start drawing from here and then go here, right? Okay, now one thing, we have to mention the first path where to start from. So here we'd go ahead and do path object, and we have to create a new path, otherwise it would conflict with this one. So here we do final path 1 and get it from path constructor. Okay, now here we do path 1 dot move to. Okay, all right, and as I said that, so it would be starting from here, so X position would be our width. So here we do size dot width, and then Y is 0. Okay, great. And then we need another path object, and this time we're gonna do line 2. So from here we want to come to this position somewhere here. So for this reason here we do size dot width, okay, and then we want to go up to 0.8%, and then over here Y is still 0. All right, we need one more point to be able to see it on the screen. Now this one, so from here to here, and actually we want another point pretty much here like that. Okay, now what that would be, now over here X and Y, none of them are 0, so they will have a certain value. Or we can even go over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that, and it'd be easy. So we would do size dot width, and over here for this one size dot height. Okay, before we go ahead and save it, let me see, from here to here and then here. Okay, anyway, no problem. We're gonna close the path and see actually what happens. Close, and then you also want to draw it over here. Canvas dot draw path, and here we'll have path 2, and here we'll have paint object. Now let's save it, and okay, what happened over here, I think I did the wrong coordinate. So this width and height, it refers to this one, so this is the complete width and height, it comes down to there. Okay, and actually on the top of this we can add another position, so we'll have four lines. So let's go ahead and do that. Line 2. Now actually we want to put a point over here. Okay, so that should be size dot width, and I guess just now we did 0.2%, and that should work, and Y should be this complete height. Great. Okay, so now it's working. So we got actually 4 point here, 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 and here. Beautiful. So that's how you work with your custom painter and draw your custom design. Now you can do a lot of fancy stuff over here, and it should be beautiful. Anyway, so now first part is done, where we have this kind of UI. Okay, so what is the next thing? Next thing, we want to actually create a controller and load the data from our backend, and then show the data over here. Okay, so right now we just did this one where we have this custom background and background decoration. Okay, now to be able to do that, first we'd come over here inside this controllers. So we have this questions paper. So inside this controller, we are going to create a new controller. So here we'll create a controller and we'll call it QuestionController .dart. So let's go ahead and create a class and we'll call it QuestionController and extends GetXController since we are using GetX over here. Okay. So one thing, if you remember from this controller, as you see, we are passing in arguments and we want to grab that argument as we go to a controller. And where to grab it? Actually, we want to pass this data to our controller, not to the UI directly. UI will access the data from the controller. Now, how to pass it? And to be able to pass it, first, of course, instead of using stateless widget over here, we need to use Getview, and then over here we'll have QuestionController, this one. Okay, that first part of the puzzle. So what will happen as we click on this as we go to the new route, so we'll find this UI, which is our stateful or stateless class. And then at the same time, we'll pass this argument to the controller. Now already our UI, which is this one, knows the certain controller. Okay. And now this is our controller. Inside this, we are going to override this void on ready method. I think it didn't recognize, so override we have to do manually. Okay, great. Now here we do super.onReady. Great. onReady over here. Now, as we pass this object, as I said that we can grab it over here. Now, how to grab it? Actually, it's pretty easy. So just create an object over here, and we'll call it question paper. Okay, great. And then we'll use get.arguments over here, and as whatever we are passing, what are we passing from here? We are passing this question paper model, so get that one. Great. And I guess we need to import it. Beautiful. So as we did that, now let's go ahead and do a print over here, questionpaper.id. Okay, we just want to print the ID and see how it goes, or title is better, I guess. Title. Great. Now this part is getting excited because as we go to a new route, we pass our information data to this controller. And of course, new route refers to a new screen. So this is our new screen. Now we need to find our app routes over here, and inside this actually we need to do bindings for our controller. So over here, just like this, we'll do bindings builder, actually this one. And inside this, we want to do get.put. And what do you want to load? We want to load QuestionController, this one. Great. So magic will happen, hopefully. So let's restart our app one more time, and we'll see how things go over here. Let's wait for it to be loaded, and now click on this, and we do see that an instance where it says physics Flutter or Flutter physics. And where is this coming from? This coming from over here, actually. So first we clicked on physics, and that's what we have seen. Great. Okay, so now here we are inside this controller, and we have seen that we can access the controller and the data as well. Now actually we want to load the data from Firebase, and for this reason we're gonna go ahead and create a new method which is called load data. So here we do load data, and we're gonna pass an object to it, and that should be question paper. That's all. And now we'll create this method. The method is void load data. Now here we'll have question paper model type, question paper model, and then we'll call it question paper. Okay, this is our iOS Android simulator, and we'll see that our app also works on here. But anyway, so here we are. Now first we need to take a look at our backend. So these are the question papers. We have documents, and then we have questions, documents, and sub collections, and documents, and like that. So we have a lot of collections, sub collections, documents, and sub documents. So first we want to be able to read this. Well, of course we will have access to this and this very quickly, easily, because we have already an ID, and based on that we'll get all the collections. And if we get collections, then, well, this is a sub collection, right? And for those sub collections we'll be able to get the documents as well. So our primary focus should be, we'll pass a document ID, and for that ID we'll find the collections, and for that collections we'll find all this documents. Of course in this case sub collection is only one, so this would be hard coded, but this section would be a little dynamic. So as we click on a certain quiz paper or question paper, that means that we are clicking on this documents, and for those documents we get the questions, which is our sub collection, and then we get documents for them. Okay, let's go ahead and do it. Oh, at the top actually we want to create a variable first, and we'll have it a type which is late, and then we'll call it questions, question paper model, and then question paper model. First one, okay, and this is late. Okay, so as we are over here we want to initialize, assign value to it. So here we do question paper model equal question paper, this one. So whatever we get from our screen from here, then we assign it to this one. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. And if you see, if we go to Android simulator over here, and while data is still being loaded, let's load it. Okay, so here I am. So if you come over here and inside this section, now let's go to this back button. Now we click on physics. Of course we see physics over here. If you click on chemistry, you see chemistry. So whatever the question type you click, for that question type we'll have the model. That's the model we are passing, and later on we save it to this one. So over here we might be physics, we might be chemistry, we might be math or biology. Hopefully it makes sense. And that's why I'm working with Android simulator, because this back button is great for debugging. Okay, great. So now let's go ahead. So that's the first part. Okay, next we want to do try catch clause over here, catch e, and over here we're gonna just simply print e.toString, and then I think we need to wrap it around something called kdebug mode, which helps you to differentiate between production mode and development mode. In production mode, of course, you don't want to print them, so use this condition, which is shipped out of the Flutter framework automatically. Anyway, so now over here we do know that we are getting data from Firebase, right? Anyway, so in Firebase we have this collection. If you remember, our first collection was I think question paper, and that was inside some of this reference. Let me check that one. I think over here. So references. So our reference is this one over here, question paper rf, which means reference. So we are going to refer to this variable over here. So we would do await question paper rf, and let's see. Okay, we do this one, and then we also need to do this one. Let's see. Yes, we can import that. Great. Now over here we can access the documents for that collection. So this is the document, and now we need to pass the document ID. Now, as I learned before, as we click on this, actually you can access the ID, and we know how, because from here we are passing each of the model. As you can see, we have title, ID, image URL, question count, things like that. Okay, so the ID is there, right? Yeah. So let's go ahead and see that we are able to print ID. So let's click on this. As you see, this is ID, and click on this. That should be our first ID. Now we can match them over here. So our ID is being dynamic. All right. Okay, great. So as it's being dynamic, that also means that we can just grab it over here. So simply we do question paper dot ID. So each of them has ID. All right. And for that ID, we can get the sub collection. So what's our sub collection's name? Our sub collection's name is questions. So if you don't know, so if this is a document, sub collection is questions. If this is a document, sub collection. Now for that sub collections, we get all the documents. That's as simple as that one. Now since this is coming from Firebase, so Firebase, the data type, of course, is map, but they have a wrapper around it. Okay, the wrapper name is query snapshot. So query snapshot, this one, and it takes a map. Okay, so whatever we get from Firebase, actually that's map. So that's why we are injecting map inside it, and then whatever we get from here, we save it in this variable, and we'll call it question query. So we get all these documents, and we save it to question query, and which is type of query snapshot type. This is a wrapper. Now inside this, all it does, it takes map type. Anyway, if you don't know what is map and list, check out my other tutorials. It's very important. Anyway, so now with this, we are getting all these documents for each. We are getting all the sub collections documents for each document. Hopefully, it makes sense. Sub collections documents for each document. So this is document, sub collection, and sub documents. So right now we get all of this. Okay, so now of course we are getting map, but we don't want to save them as map. Actually, we want to first convert them to list and save it in a list variable. So all of this, we want to save it in a list variable. Now for this reason here, we do question query, this one, and then we'll get docs. Okay, we get all the documents, and then we have a map function for it. We call that map function, and we take each of them as E. You can call it anything. And then here we have, I guess, question paper model from snapshot, this one. And well, actually we can call it snapshot over here as well. I mean, it makes more sense instead of calling it E. All right, so here we have this, and then we convert it to list. Okay, that's all. Of course, we need to save it in a variable, so we'll call it final questions. So do remember, each of these are questions and they have answers. Well, of course, they also have sub collections like that. We'll deal with that later. So now this is a list over here. Actually, since this is a list, we'll be able to go through it in a loop. So let's go ahead and do that. Well, now before that, we go ahead. Now this object over here, this is a property which is called questions. Okay, questions, and we are saving all these questions to it. So whatever we get from here, we are saving it to this one. Now we do have an error. Let's go ahead and check this model over here. We don't need this. Let's see. So what is this error? All right, the reason for this error is this one, question paper model, which is this. Now what we are trying to do, we are trying to inject inside this list, we are trying to inject the big one, which is definitely not possible. So this section went wrong. So instead of the question paper model, we just have to do question and then this method. But now inside this questions, which is this one over here, questions, we don't have any query snapshot. We do have from JSON and things like that, but we don't have query snapshot, so that's why we are getting this error. So we have to create a new method over here, which is called questions query snapshot, and then we should be good to go. Well, right after this, we can create a new method which is called questions from snapshot, like that. Now over here, what are the things we are looking at? So let's first look at this one. So we want to have this document ID and I guess question and this one. Okay, these are the few things that we want to save. Now for this reason, we'll do over here questions dot, you can name it anything. Well, I'll call it from snapshot, and the type it takes, the one we wanna send to it, that is query document snapshot, and it'll take actually map type. So here query document snapshot, inside this we'll have map, and then we'll have string dynamic over here, this one, and we'll call this as a snapshot object, and after that over here we do like this. So we have some fields over here. So the first field is ID. Okay, so for ID we do snapshot dot ID, and after that we'll have questions field, and inside this we'll have snapshot question, the field that we have seen just now, and after that over here we'll have answers, and for now answers we'll keep it empty. And then what else? Correct answer we have, and we'll have this snapshot and correct answer. And with this we are done, and the error should be gone. So this is our method, and this query snapshot here, it takes this 4 fields: ID, questions, answers, and correct answers, which are related to this, and as well as the ID. So answers is empty for now. We'll deal it in next round. Okay, now if you come over here, a QuestionController, so we could do from this one, and we pass the snapshot object. Well, I think we already did it here, so we don't need this. So here we are good to go, and the error is gone. So once again, here we are passing this query snapshot. So each of the snapshot we get, we passing to this one, and then we convert it to a list, and then we save it to this one. Now this is once again question paper model itself has a field which is called list questions type. Okay, for now we don't need this. We also don't need this. Okay, we don't need this as well. Okay, anyway, so yeah, so we are doing it and saving it. So now we want to get all these sub collections answers this one. Now the next thing we want to do, create a for loop over here, and inside this for loop we'll access our question paper model, question paper actually, and it has this questions, this one, and we want to get elements inside it, each of them. So each of them would be as questions, and then we'll do question, a new variable, change to questions I guess. And okay, now we need this one as well, and it wants to make sure that this is not empty. Yes, the error is gone. So what's happening with this, we have all these questions and documents. So questions, and actually well, these documents are actually questions, so we are having each of them, and we are going to loop through it, and then we'll access sub collections and then answers, and then we'll get these documents. First we do await, and then we do like this one actually over here, and then first we do doc and question paper .id, actually just like the first one over here, and then we'll have this access to collections over here, and our collections name is questions, and then we get document, and for each document how to get the ID. So you can get the ID from questions.id. So as we are looping through it, as you see, so we are going through it. So these are this documents, so doc.id will get me one of this, and after doing that we get our sub collections. Let's see over here, collection. So what is our sub collections? Our sub collections is answers, and right after that we get all the documents for that sub collection, and then we want to save it to a variable just like we did earlier, and variable type should be final. So let's get organized, and over here we do query snapshot, this one, and once again inside this we'll have map, and then string dynamic, and right over here we'll call it answers query, and save it in this variable. So whatever the documents we get, we save it all this in this variable. Now with Firebase, the way it works, if you have a sub collection or sub collections, and for that one if you want to get the documents, you have to start from very initial node. What is our initial node? Which is this one, and this is where we started. So even if you want to get the last one, you still have to start from the beginning. This will actually help us to get all the documents, and if it does, we can access it. How to? Answers query.docs, and then once again we have to go ahead and find this map method, the one we did earlier over here, and inside this we want to call them answer, not answer, and we'll find our answers, the class we created early, and of course we need to create a method just like we did over here for this questions from snapshot. We don't have yet. Let's go ahead and create a new one. So then we'll come down over here, and pretty much actually we can copy this and put it one more time, and instead of calling from JSON, over here we'll call it from snapshot. Okay, now this variable will inject it inside query document snapshot, and let's do it like this. We are good to go. And instead of calling it JSON, we'll call it snapshot, and then we'll just copy this and put it here and here. Now we're going to convert them as a string forcefully. It works, otherwise I find it buggy sometimes, or there might be some other problems, but anyway, so the way it works with me like this. Okay, everything else stays the same. Now in our questions controller, as we are here, we can call it. So here we do from snapshot. This is the method, and then we'll pass answers to it, and after that we'll convert it to list, and we are good to go. And since we do that, we want to save it in a variable. So final, we'll call it answers. Okay, great. Now if you're to come over here, you'll see that this questions itself has a list which takes answers. Now if we're going to come over here, you see that over here we have this questions, right? So, and we created an instance and we called it questions. So that questions, this variable over here will have this field. So we want to assign to it. How do you do that? Just like earlier we did. Here we do questions.answers, this one, and now whatever we got earlier. Okay, so with this we assign it. But do remember earlier at the top we created a variable which was actually, I guess, this one, question paper model, and we want to create another variable at the top, and here we'll call it, once again, the type is late, and here we do question paper, or actually we don't want to do it like this. We'll call it all questions. We're going to save all the questions in a list like, and the type would be question. For now it would be empty. I think we don't have a type like this. The type is questions. Yes, the error is gone. Let's see what else we have. So let's change the type final. Okay, all right, so now it would work. So this questions actually refers to the questions from our model. Now after everything has been done, over here we want to do a check. So we want to check the one we are passing, if this is empty or not. So here we do question paper dot questions, and we'll say if it is not null. So over here, that we make sure that we get all the data, and we want to do another conditional check. So let's go ahead and do it like this: question paper dot questions and is not empty. Not only not null, it is also not empty. And because null and empty are a very different idea, so we make sure that it's not only not null, because null is very serious. On the other hand, it could be empty as well, so we checked on that one. And then we have this all questions, and whatever we get from there we assign. So assign all, and let's hover over on this. So replace with existing items of this list with the items. So every time you go ahead and click a new one, new question type like physics, chemistry, it would replace the old one. So that's why we do it. And now inside this we get all the questions. So what is the questions? This one, not this one actually, question paper, this one, and then we get all these questions from it, and we save it in the variable and make sure that it's not null. Yeah, so with this you get all the collections, sub-collections, documents, and sub-documents. And eventually, actually, the way we want the questions and answers are all saved in this variable. So we are saving everything over here, as you see that. There's questions, and eventually, which is this one, okay? Everything we get from here, we look through it. So we save the answers, as you can see over here. And we are also getting the questions first, and for each questions we save the answers to this variable, and then we assign it to questions. Now let's go ahead and save it. We'll restart things, and let's click on this. Let's click on this. So over here it says that the field doesn't exist because it's a bad field. That means that we are doing something wrong in our model over here. Most probably it should be either over here, question, or over here, the one we did. So let's check it one by one. Questions, correct answer. Questions, correct answers. That looks like correct. Answer identifier. So this is the wrong one. It should be small letter, as you can see, because this is coming directly from here. It's a small letter. Okay, let's save it and click on this. Let's click on this. Yeah, I guess we are good. Let's click on this. We don't see any error. Let's click on this. Yeah, so that was that problem. Okay, great. And another thing we want to do, actually, as we click on this, actually we want to show a loading icon. Now, to be able to do that, previously in part 1, actually we did part of the work. So we can go ahead and call simply loading status. I think that was loading status value. Well, in this case, actually, first we need to create an OBS type object. Otherwise, we won't be able to access it. So let's come at the top, and over here create a variable called final, and we'll call it loading status. And then we have loading status enum, we remember that, and the loading, and we make it observable. And then let's come over here. So here we do loading status, this one, dot value, and then we do loading status loading. So it would be loading and save the value in this variable. And at the end, once we are done over here, we want to set. What do you want to set to? We want to set to loading status dot value, and we want to set it to loading status dot completed, because we remember we have a completed state. Well, if it's not, then here we would do a different statement. We would say value equal loading status dot no. I think we should have no result, or let's see, error. Yeah, error is great. I'd say that. And if we are here, actually, we could do one thing right now. Let's go ahead and print it. So here we could do questions paper dot questions, and we do 0. We get the first one, and we see how it works. And let's make sure that it's not empty using the bang operator. Okay, great. Now let's save it, and hopefully we'll be able to see some interesting thing on the screen. Let's save it. Okay, now let's click on this. All right, so we are looping through it, and for the first type, we see that we have few questions over here, and then we could do actual question. Okay, now let's save it, and let's go back. Let's click on this, and yes, we do see that we can get the first question. Okay, like that. Yeah, so that means we are able to access all this information from Firebase and print them on our console. Now, being said that, that also means that we'll be able to show this information on our screen over here. So we should be get ready for our screen now. Now, to be able to work with this over here, remember we have this child section, and we don't want to pass a text right now. What do you want to pass? Actually, we want to pass inside this an OBX type. OBX. This is what we want to pass because we want our screen to be dynamic. So that's why we pass OBX over here. OBX. Okay. Now OBX could take a widget or anything like that. Now for now, we do just simply like this. So first we are going to do center, and then we are going to do text, and right after this we'll be able to inject child over here. Now as you see earlier, we have this QuestionController which we connected with this UI. Now since we did that one, actually we'd be able to access the properties from that controller over here. So over here we can just simply go ahead and do controller, this one, and then we could do like certain things. Okay, so we want to access a question from here. So whatever we click on physics, chemistry, or math, for that one actually we want to be able to access it. Now how to access this value? So for this reason, actually, we need to come over here. Now, inside this, we need to create a reactive variable. No, actually, the variable we wouldn't create over here. Actually, we'll create at the top. And what do I mean by that? Let's go ahead and check it. So at the top, we'll create a variable like this, where it says questions type. Now, this questions, we want to make it observable as well. So that's why over here we have this RXN type. Now is current questions, and we can come over here actually. So here we do current questions dot value over here, and then we can get question paper dot questions, and we'll get the first question over here. Okay, yes. Now over here we know that we are accessing each of these collections and sub collections and answers, and we get the first one, and then we save it over here. Now if we come to our UI, now we'll be able to access like this current question, this one, and then it will have a value, and then we would do questions over here. And that's, I think, pretty much it. So over here actually we could do like this, that it's not empty, and of course we need to do it here as a child. And what else? Let's see, and we need to remove this const from here, otherwise we'll get this error. So now let's go ahead and save it, and we'll see that how it goes. Well, now this is this one over here. So let's save it one more time and go back to earlier page. Now let's click on this. Yes, we do see that part of the things has showed up at the top, and which is beautiful. Let's click on this one, and we also see things like that. Yeah, but at the same time we have this error. We need to check on that one. And how to do that? Now the first thing we want to do, we want to work on our conditional statement. the one we created early. Okay, otherwise we'd still be getting that error, and we need to check other things. So right over here, actually we could do cut this one, and then I'll have column inside this, and then we'll have children. Now right inside this children, actually we can have this, no problem. And before that, before we show the children, we can show a conditional statement over here. So what is the statement? Here we'll check if. Now we could do controller dot loading status dot value. We'll check the value, and then loading status dot completed. If it is completed, then we show this one. Otherwise, you saw just now we had this null. So let's just save it, and let's let's find our app over here. Well, I'm sorry, we do have a lot of apps, but this is the one that we are working on. Let's click on this. Yes, great. Yeah, so the now error is gone. We don't have any error. Yes, great. So the error is gone, but we don't see the content, so that's another problem. Now to be able to see the content, what I'm going to do, I'm going to wrap this everything inside something called expanded widget, and then right after this we are going to do single child scroll view. Now these basic things I have explained previously in my other tutorial, so I'm not going to do it here. Now here I'll have child and a column, then we'll have children. Okay, now let's put this one and see how it goes. Okay, let's come back and let's try this. Well, if it didn't work like this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to restart from scratch. So we do see that we have things at the top, but of course there are other issues that we need to take care. Yeah, so we see that blah blah blah. Now one thing for now we could do for debugging purpose, let's go back and try to send. For physics we get electricity, for chemistry we get something different, but of course we don't have any content, so it's very small, so we see like that. For math we see a different questions. For biology we see another different questions. And saying that, it also means that it's working and it's beautiful. So we are able to load the data from Firebase and show it over here. Wherever we click, we get the correct one. Now we need to work on a bit of this content area, like the way we are presenting these things. We need to work on that one. Yes, we'll do that. But before that, I think there is one more thing we could finish right now. We don't want to keep it for next time. So we'll do controller loading status and value. We'll check that one, and then we'll do loading status. And if it's still loading, okay, if it's still loading, then over here we would do expanded widget, and then here we would do something like a circular progress bar, circular progress indicator, like that. And let's save it, and let's come over here, and yeah, we do see something was there actually. Yeah, like that. Okay, now actually we want to create a shimmering effect for this. Right now we don't have this shimmering effect. Now to create this shimmering effect, we'll actually use a plugin. So we'll go to pubspec.yml, and well, I think right over here we're gonna install this plugin which is called Shimmer. Let's do that pubget, and I think I clicked it too many times, but anyway. Okay, great. We are done with this. Now we'll go ahead and create a new widget for it. Well, the widget should be inside this one. and over here we'll say, for example, screen placeholder, like that, or a question placeholder dart, like that. So this one. Now inside this we are going to create a stateless class, and we'll call it question screen holder, and we don't need to import anything. Now inside this bool method, actually we want to create some variables first. Over here we do container, and then here we do width, and we do double dot width infinity, this one, and after that we're going to create height 12.0, and then we're gonna give it a color, container color, and then we do theme.offContext dot scaffold background color, scaffold. Okay, let's see, let's import it, and we have, yeah, this one, scaffold background color. So let me save this in a variable which is called var line, so this would be more like lines, and then we are going to copy this one and create another variable over here, and we'll call it answers, or answer actually, and over here we'll have 50, and the color itself doesn't change. Now over here, instead of returning container, we are going to return shimmer dot. Now shimmer is something that we are using from our package, the one that we installed, but looks like it's not getting recognized. So if it's not, then we have to manually import the library at the top. So let's do it. Package shimmer. Let's see, it gets us a not, I think, yeah. Second one would do. Okay, then from color, so this is the one that we want to get. Okay, so we have child, base color, different kind of colors, highlight colors. Now the base color we want to get for this one is, I'd say we'll go ahead with the white actually, because this is a shimmering color, white. And then we'll also have highlight color. Here do colors dot blue gray, second one, and then we'll do with opacity 0.1. Okay, and we're gonna get a child for this. So child is actually there, but what do you want to pass to it? Now, as we do shimmering effect, actually, let me show you how we are going to do the shimmering effect. So if you take a look, actually, you'll see this is the shimmering effect that we are talking about, we want to create. Now, one more time, if you take a look, you will see that it has a lot of columns actually. So let's click on this. So we see a lot of columns over here. So we have to create columns. Those columns actually we'll use through a plugin. We go ahead and install another plugin. And well, we'll install it right over here. It's called Easy Separator. So this creates a lot of good dynamic columns for you. Well, if we did pubget, and after that we're gonna come over here. After that we're gonna come over here, and inside this actually we want to use something called easy separated column. That's coming from easy separator. So we do easy separated, yeah, easy separated column, the first one. Right now it might have some properties that we need to override and add. So first one is argument, and let's see what else we have. separate builder. Okay, now with the separate builder, it just pretty much tells you that the height of the gap. Now in this case, we're going to return something, return const and sized box. We'll do height as 20. Okay, great. Yeah, and since we are doing return, we want to do like this. Okay, the semicolon. And what else we have? We also need to put this one. Now inside this, actually we want to create a child. Now what we did earlier with the child, let me put it like this, say answers. Okay, we want to put answers, the one we created, and let's put few answers there. And now actually if we go ahead and run our app over here, hopefully we'll see something, but of course we need to make a little bit change over here. Now instead of showing this in progress indicator, over here we can call questions placeholder, question screen, actually question screen. Let's see, what was the name? This one. So let's come over here. Yeah, and then I guess we need to import it. We did, and most probably const not gonna work. And one more time, let's import it. Okay, great. What else? Oops. Okay, let's put it back if it works like this. Anyway, so now here we are. Let's restart it and we'll see how it goes. And here we are. Let's click on this. Let's load in the data. Now let's click on this. Yes, we saw something like shimmering. Okay, now what I want, actually I want the shimmering to be there for a long time so that we know what we are doing. So we can block this one, this loading status completed. For now, let's block it. Now we'll go ahead and restart. Click on this and we'll see that our shimmering effect is there. Now with our placeholder, if you see separated column, inside this we have this 20. So this 20 is this distance, and each of these answers are these three things over here, the answer. But we also want to create a little bit of line, and how to do that. Now inside this children, actually we can do easy separated column one more time, and over here it would take a list of children, this one, and then we have this separated builder. Now separated builder, we can copy this section and put it right here at the top. Okay, all right, yes, and we need to come over here, and inside this children we can put the line. They have like a little bit height, not too much. So line. All right, okay, now let's save it. We see that it has improved. Okay, so yeah, so that's what we have for now, and yeah, this is what we wanted. But of course it's a little ugly looking. We have to take care of it more in other ways, but here with this thing we are done. So if you want to use a separated column or shimmer, actually if you want to use a shimmer, so you should go ahead and do like this. Now one thing that I want to specify over here, it looks a bit ugly, so let's modify the distance. Not this one, actually I think it should be this one. Yeah, so it looks better. Now there are a lot of other things to do over here, not just this one. So we did a line over here and answers, and after that inside this shimmer, and we selected shimmer from colors, and inside this as a child we are using another plugin, easy separated. Now it takes a builder is pretty much like the height between each of the child. Okay, so that's our children. Inside this children we have answer, and inside this we injected another separated column. Okay, and that separated column only has 10 height between each of these lines. Anyway, so it should make sense. Now I'm going to remove this and restart the app so that we know what's happening. Let's click on this and we come over here. It's gone. Yeah, so the shimmering effect is already working, but there are other things that we need to work. Now here currently the problem is, if you see, if we click on math or actually chemistry, there's a white section, and which makes it looking ugly. And how to solve this one? Now if you see the shimmering effect and everything, the color doesn't really match. In our earlier tutorial, part 1, we created a widget. That widget was a content area, so we'll wrap it around using content area. Let's save it. Now it looks much better. We also have to do the same for this one, so we'll wrap it around using this reusable widget, the one we created early. Looks like it should be here actually. So here we do content area. Right, let's save it. Now let's come over here. Now let's load. You see the shimmering effect looks much better now because the background has changed. Now we want to change the color of this and the text itself. If we are going to do that one, actually previously we had not okay, so over here we do have text style, this one. Okay, now over here we created something like this, and we want to create a new one and question text. So this is the one that we want to use over here. Now to be able to do that, just right after this we do style and we do question ts, this one. Let's save it. Yes, so it changed a little bit and this is what we wanted. Great. Now this time things are working and looking better. Now what do you want to do next? You want to show the answers for them in a card over here. Right now we don't have. Next we'll see how to do that. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and work on this quiz card. Well, and how do they look like? The quiz card should look like this. Let's wait for the data, just like this. Okay, so we'll have questions over here, and then these are the cards. So that's what we want to do. Anyway, now first we'll come to our project folder over here. Now somehow I can't create a folder there directly, so I have to create a folder from terminal, but I think you'd be able to create it from the menu directly. Anyway, so here I'd create a let's check us what's inside there. So here we'll create a folder and we'll call it questions. Okay, all right, like that, and cd that well, we don't need to go to cd, we are good to go. And if we open up this one, hopefully inside this widgets we'll be able to see a folder. Great. Now here we'll create a stateless class and I will call it AnswerCard. AnswerCard.dart. Okay, now here we'll do create a stateless class first, and then we'll call it AnswerCard. And let's take a look over here. I think we need to import stuffs. Great. All right, so what do we want to do over here? If we see, well, pretty much we want to be able to click on this. So you're gonna send an on-tap event actually, and that's all we want. And most probably we also need to send answer and some default value for whether it's being selected or not. Okay, because the one selected that changes color, others they don't, so that's why we also need to send a boolean. So here we'll send answer, boolean, and an on-tap event. Now let's go ahead and define them at the top over here. We do final string and answer, and then we do final bool. We'll check if certain answer is selected or not. So we do is selected, final, and then we'll send an on tap event, and for this we would do void callback function like that, void callback, this one, and it's on tap event. Well, actually that's a function that we are going to send to it. Now over here required this dot answer, and if we have is selected, this dot is selected, default is false, and then we'll have on tap event, so we do required this dot on tap. Now over here we're gonna change this one, and since we are going to be able to click on them, so we're gonna wrap everything around, I guess, inkwell, because we want to be able to click on them. And right over here inside this we'll have a child, and the child we're going to use ink, and inside this we are going to use something like border radius over here, and we do UI parameters dot card border radius, this one. And what else? We can also send actually on tap event, on tap, the one we send. Okay, great. And inside this actually we're gonna do a child, and our child is a text over here, and we're gonna pass down to it answer, and after that actually I think we can style it. So here we do text style, and then over here what else we could do? Okay, definitely we can set the color, and well, now if is selected, well, if it's true then we'll use one color which is selected, then we'll use on surface text color, that one. Otherwise we'll use null as a color. It means no color at all. And yeah, that's pretty much it over here. And at the same time I think we could do a decoration. Now inside this ink widget, so this is the text, and right after it we would do decoration. Over here we would do decoration, and we would do box decoration, and inside this we'll have border radius. So let's set up border radius, and pretty much this would be coming from our UI parameters, and card border radius, this one we'll set over here. And now for color itself, we also want to see what color we want to set. Okay, now as you see, because once we select, the colors change, right? So for selecting, once again we need to do is selected. So if it's selected, then we'll use one color, otherwise we'll use a different color. Say if it's selected, we do color.blue, just an example. And if it's not selected, then we may use a different theme color like dim.off context and then card color, this one. So yeah, now over here actually for being selected itself, we need to set up color. Now we see actually here should be two different colors. One is selected and unselected. For selected we use the theme color. If it's not selected, then we use white color. Now to set this color, let's see, we should have our file over here, like app colors, this one, and inside this actually previously we already set this custom color. Now here we would create new color. Okay, now here we do color and we would say answer selected color. So here answer selected color, that would be a function. Now over here we'll check what color we have. Now that should be actually based on our theme. Okay, so here we'll check get.is, let's see, okay, I think we can get it from here actually, dark mode, UI parameters. Okay, if it's dark mode, then we'll use one color, so that's what we are checking over here. If it's a dark, then we would use theme.offContext card color dot, say, with opacity and 0.5. Now here context itself looks like we don't get it, so here we could do get.context let's import the library and we'll see how it goes. Import get, yeah. So now here context is not null, so based on that we do 0.5. okay, so that's when the color is dark. Well, if it is not dark, then what else we could do? So we do theme.offContext. Well, we could do get.context and then primary color, whatever the color is that. So we select that one and we return it. So now that's our answer selected color. Now here we can change it because now we have a color over here inside this app color for something called answer selected color. So here if it's selected, then we just call this function over here, the one that we created. So we can call answer selected color, this one, and we are good to go. All right, now that's for selected color, but actually we could also check on the border itself. Okay, so when the answer is selected, the border color should change as well. Now we don't have border here, so let's go ahead and set border inside this. So here we do border. Now inside this we could do border.all, and then here we do color, and once again we check is selected. If the answer is selected, then we do answer selected color, this one. Well, otherwise we do answer border color. Well, now this one doesn't have, we don't have it yet, so we can go ahead and create one like this. Now for that one, actually we do over here something like this, color answer border color like that. Okay, now inside this we can once again check UI parameters dot is dark mode. Well, if it's dark mode, then here we check it, and here we set up a color, so const color dot, and we would do from RGBA. So first one is 255, second one is 20, third one is 46, and fourth one is 158. I think that'll do the job. Otherwise we use another color, so color dot from RGB. Now here the first one is 255, the second one say 221, the third one is 221, the fourth one is 221. All right, okay, great. Now if we come over here, the error should be gone. Okay, now we need to come to our answer card over here, and question screen. Now we do see that previously we have this text inside this. So right after this, actually we want to create a list view builder. Now that list view builder actually would be wrapped around get builder, because these are all reactive. So we want to change our state immediately. So that's why we need get builder. Okay, now inside this builder we'll have a method. Now method itself doesn't, I think, okay, let's see. We pass the context, and after that we're gonna do like this, and we're gonna return something. For now, return container. Now here we need to mention what type of controller it's being reactive to. So in our case, that is QuestionController. QuestionController is being reactive to, so we can access to the QuestionController and its underlying methods. Now over here, actually we don't want to return this. We want to return something like called list view dot separated item, this one. So this is the one that we want. All right. Okay, so for item count itself, what can we do? So we can access controller, and then over here we could do current question, I think this one, and then dot value, and we make sure the value is not null, and it will have a field which is called answers, and then length. Okay, so that's for the item count. For each question we are getting the answers and its length. Okay, all right, so we'll have 4 answers, so we'll get all of them over here. Now separate builder, just like a little bit earlier we have seen, over here we'll have build context, and we do context int index. We need to pass this one, and after that we're just gonna return something. So here we would return const sized box, and I think we could do height like 10, so there would be a height of 10 over here. With this we are done. Now this is the last one, and most of a little bit complicated one over here. Now item builder over here, actually I think a lot of this we can pass empty context, because we are not really going to use them, and we'll check that later actually. So item context, and then int index. Now over here we are going to return like this. Now we should have a return statement inside, and first we'll return a container, empty container. Okay, great. And actually before we really return our answer card, over here we need to do some calculations. So first we would do controller dot current questions, and then we'll do value, make sure that value is not null, and get all the answers, and we access each of them like this using index. Okay, and now after that we want to save it in a variable, and we'll call it answer. Over here, the one we created a little early, so we see AnswerCard, this one. So we do have to pass answer and an onTap event. Okay, so first for onTap event, we need to create a function, because as we click on that, actually as we click on each of this item, we have to set a new state for them. And how do we do that? Well, we could come to our QuestionScontroller, and inside this, let's see, right after this method at the bottom, we create a new method, and we would say void selected answer over here, and we'll set the answer as a string. Pass the answer as a string. As user taps on them, we'll grab the text on the onText event and set it over here so that we become reactive. Now remember, previously we set up current questions over here, so we'll set it to the current questions value, and then we have selected answers, selected value dot selected answer current questions. Well, looks like we don't have it in our model. Let me check our model over here. So we don't need this anymore. Question paper model. Okay, we need this. Well, so this is our questions, but over here we don't have a selected answer field, so we just gonna set one like this. And after that, if we come over here, now we try to work on this, I think we'll get it. So here we do current questions dot value, and it's not null, and selected answer, this one, and we'll set the answer to it. Okay, and after that we'll do update like this. So our list would get updated, and or this one, which is current question. Remember, current question is over here, this one. So it's pretty much like our NX type list actually. So that would get updated with the value inside these questions, and if it does, then we can update our UI as well. So now over here we can call this one. Okay, so over here actually we need to send it as a function, not really like this, so that's why we are getting this error. Now I'm gonna cut this one, and over here now I would do like this, and hopefully the error is gone. Yes. Okay, so that's part of the puzzle helping solved. So as we click on this, so we get this answer and the actual answer value. Now we are actually sending identifier and save that one. Wherever we click, for that click we get this identifier and save it. And how about this one, whether we have correct answer or not? Well, in this case, well, for correct answer actually we could do selected answer, not over here. So for answer itself, we would be showing the identifier and answer together. Identifier and answer, I guess, identifier and answer together. So this is the identifier, this is the answer, this is the identifier, this is the answer. Okay, so for that one we could do like this. So over here we would do like this, so we'll pass it, and we'll have this dollar sign because we are going to pass an object to it, and then we'll have this one, and now we'll get answer dot identifier like this, and after that we'll have a dot sign, and then we'll have one more time like this, answer dot answer. So that's the real answer. So identifier answer. Okay, all right, and let's get organized with this. Okay, so this is our answer card. This is the onTap event. All right, and after onTap event we want to send the selected event. Okay, the one gets selected, as the user clicks. Now for this one over here, we have to we have the field which is called selected answer is selected. So is selected, let's check, yeah, is selected over here. Now we check from answer.identifier, this one. So we are just gonna send a boolean to it. So over here we do controller dot current questions dot value, make sure it's not null, and over here we would do is selected, selected. All right, so because selected is get select as you click on them. Now, well, this is what we expect to see. Well, it's been a lot of work, right? So we are going to run it now and see how it looks. Make sure that you type it correctly. There are a lot of code over here. Separated list view separated, and then this is our answer card. All right, so we are going to run it in our simulator, and here we are. Okay, and this is our simulator. Let's click on this, wait for it to be loaded, and then here we are, and we do see that we have some error, but those are most probably, I guess, UI error. Well, definitely we can set here shrink wrap equal to, and let's see how it goes. Sorry, not scroll direction, shrink wrap. Okay, now it's already showing up, and over here I think we can also do a little bit of padding, call instance. So here we only top, say 25. Okay, and then we can set up physics for never scrollable physics, this one. All right, and at the top over here, to make it good looking, we can set up another padding, const add insets only, and here we do top 25. Okay, all right, now it looks much better over here. Now this are to shrink over here, so for this reason I think right over here we can do like this, and let's save it. Now it looks much better, and as you see you can select them. Beautiful. So we have worked a few hours to get this done, and let's see what else we could take here. Okay, it wants us to reorganize our code, and we are done about that. We don't need this. I don't think we need this anymore for now. Okay, great. One more thing before we set things over here. Now for get builder itself, actually we can set an ID to it. So here it does take ID get builder. I think it should be inside this. So here we do ID. Now it is a string. You can put pretty much any string over here. Answers list. And then over here, if we come to our controller, so here we do answers list. Okay, now with this, the benefit is if we are going to use this controller in other places, and if we have this get builder and the same controller, with this ID we'd be able to point which get builder I want to get updated. Not everywhere that uses this QuestionController, because QuestionController may be used in many different places using get builder, but as we update trigger over here, we are pointing, okay, so one of those go ahead, find and update, but not all of them. Okay, so with this ID, it's more like you're pointing to something where it says that you should go ahead and update that certain widget, not every widget that has get builder and questions controller. Just find that one related to the certain ID. Well, hopefully it makes sense. Now that's pretty beautiful, the job we have done so far over here. So now we can go back and we'll check from chemistry. So this is from chemistry. All right, now this is from physics, this is from math, and this is from biology. Beautiful. So everything is working as we expected. Now what else we want to do? Of course, on the header we need to work as well. Over here we also need to work. And now we're going to work about next questions and previous questions. For now we don't have any of them. Let's go ahead and work on them. Okay, so to be able to work on next questions and previous questions, now we need to come to our controller over here, and inside this first we need to actually set up some variables. Now we'll set a variable at the top over here. Let's go ahead and set up a variable, and the variable type would be final, and then we'll call it first question or second questions, like that. So here we do questions index actually. So question index 0 OBS, so you want to make it OBS style, and then we want to create a getter for it. Now how to create the getter? For this one we return a bool type, and here we do get, and the variable would be is first question, and based on that we'll return something. I mean, so what, how to do the judge the conditional check. So here we do question index. Now here we get the value. Okay, now the value is, if it's greater than 0, then it means it's not the first question. If it is 0, then it's first question. So we'll call this one, and then we'll check it is first question or not. So, well, the default value over here is 0, so that means it's the first question. Now we'll check if it is greater than 0, then it's not first question. If it's not first question, then it is the next question. Now over here we can set up some functions. So what functions we could do? So here we'll create a function and we'll call it next question, and inside this we do a conditional check. So if question index dot value greater than or equal, now here we'll have all questions. Let's get all questions, this one. Now all questions dot length, this one, and then -1. So if it is greater than or same, then it means that we don't have any questions. Then it will just simply return. Okay, which means that we don't have this value. The question index value is same as this one. So which means that if we have 5 questions, the index value over here it is 4, and the question index is also 4, then we just return, which means that we don't have any more questions. Otherwise, what we'll do over here, question index dot value plus plus, we increase the value. Okay, now we increased the value, then we need to set it also in our current question, because each of the item we see over here, these are the current questions, or each of the questions and answers we see, actually that's saved in current question. So over here we would do current question dot value equal all questions over here, and questions index dot value. Okay, all right, so we already get it, we increase it, so we get the next one. Now with this we are able to get the next question. Okay, so now we can come to our question screen over here, and right after this get builder right inside this, actually after this, we'll create a new we'll use a new widget, and the widget is ColouredBox. If you don't know what is a ColouredBox, check out my other tutorial. So over here we'll set up those properties, the one we need. The first one is color, and we'll use a theme color for this. And then here we do scaffold background color. And then here we'll have child, and we do padding for this. And padding itself, we could do, for example, UI parameters, and then screens, mobile screen padding, this one. Okay, and then we'll have child one more time, and we do row. Now the reason we do row, that's because if you go to the next question, we'll have this and this together. So that's why we want to do the row. Okay, now inside this row, definitely we'll have children. Now as you see that just now, if for the first one, this icon is not visible. Okay, so over here we'll use the visibility widget. Okay, visibility widget, visibility. Okay, now it does take a child, it takes child, right? Anyway, so here there is a property which is called visible, and we'll use that one, controller.isFirstQuestion. Okay, now if you hover over on it, as you see that visible is a true or false. So if it is a true, default is a true, so that widget will be visible. But now here from our controller, we know that it may return false. So over here we do have a conditional check. Anyway, so now we need to set up the child property. Go ahead and do that. Now inside this child, what we can do here, first I think we could return a sized box widget, and then we'll return width and height, say width 55, and here we do height, say 55 as well. And then over here we'll have another child, and previously we built main button, so that's what we are going to use right now. Now inside this main button, and we have some properties that we need to set. So first we'll set on tap event. Okay, and for now it's doing nothing. And then over here, what are you gonna do? We have a child over here, so we do icon. Now icons dot arrow back, let's see, it should show up. Arrow back iOS new, I think is the one that I want to use. All right, and let's just save it and see how it goes. Now if this is our controller over here, sorry, this is our UI, and we don't see anything over here yet, we should check that, why not? But anyway, let's restart it and see if we are able to see things. Okay, yes, we do see an option over here. Yeah, it's not bad actually. We are able to view things. Anyway, now we'll go ahead and set up the color for this icon. So here we do color. Okay, and once again we are going to check if we are in dark mode, is dark mode or not. Okay, so if we are in dark mode, then we would use surface on surface text color, this one, which is pretty much white actually. Otherwise we are going to use theme.off context dot primary color, whatever it is. Okay, so now let's save it. Well, now the icon is not visible actually. The reason is because over here, let's see what we are trying to get visible. The reason is this one, because this one actually returns false, because this is the first question, right? Now in our controller we have seen that first one has to be greater than 0, but this value is not greater than 0, and that's why icon is not visible. That also means that actually that this icon should be possible for previous question. Okay, so what I mean by that, say for example we set it to true. Okay, all right, and we see that over here. Okay, so that means if we have more, if we went to the next one and if we click on this, that would show us the previous one. Okay, so that's how it should work. So anyway, so this part is for previous question, not for next one. Now how to work with the next one? Actually, before we go ahead and work with the next one, I want to take this out of this column over here and put it inside this column, actually inside this one. Okay, and inside the children list over here, so that it goes down at the bottom. So I'm going to take this out and let's save it, and we see that it came down over here. Okay, great. Now, well, how about the next one? And let's come back to this one over here. So this is the next questions, right? But we are not calling it from anywhere, so we need to create a widget to call it. Now we already created this row over here, visibility. Now right after this we can create a new section for calling the next question. Now that one actually we could do using, well, now first I think we'll just go ahead and wrap it around this visibility widget one more time. Let's do another visibility, and as a child we'll have main button. Okay, and then inside this we're gonna have on tap event. Okay, all right, now inside this on tap event here we're gonna call controller dot next question, the one that we created. Actually this is what we wanted, and let's hover over on this. I think we can also send a title to it. So right after this on tap event we could do title. Now over here we can check. Okay, for now we'll just go ahead and do next. For checking conditional state we do our check for checking condition we do it a little bit later, actually not now. Of course we do see that we have a bit of overflow issue. Now how to get rid of this one? Now to be able to work with this we can wrap this visibility widget, the one using expanded widget. So let's go ahead and do that, and over here we do expanded, this one, and now let's save it, and it's gone. Okay, the error is gone. Yeah, and what else we could do over here? And now we still don't see the icon over here. I think we need a little bit more conditional check. So here is our main button over here, and let's see if we are using title or not. Now the title itself is color white, I would say. Let's see. Okay, so we have two white colors, so that's why we don't see that. So over here we do see that we just have this color. Now what we could do over here, we can do a check over here. We could do get dot. Well, now we need to import the library to be able to check on this, so let's go ahead and import it. Import get, and then we check get.isDarkMode. If it's dark mode, then we use this on surface color, which is white. Otherwise, here we do theme.offContext.primary color. Yes, and we should be able to use that. Looks like our get is still not working. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, it's from here. So here, remove the const and the error should be gone. So we remove the const from here and the error should be gone. And let's go back and try, and yeah, we see it now. And if we click on this, we can go to the next one and the next one and next one. But if we click on this previous button, it doesn't work because we didn't work on the previous button. So now we'll go ahead and create a previous button method. Now for this one, we'll come over here, and right after this we'll create prevQuestion. Now actually what we did there, we'd pretty much do the opposite over here. Okay, so we'll take everything from here and do it, and now over here we're gonna check if the question value is less than or equal to 0. If it is less than or equal to 0, then we can't go to the previous question. But now here it could be 0, which means the first one. Okay, in that case we'll hide this one and we'll just return, otherwise we'll just decrease it, and then everything else stays the same. Okay, now if we come over here, we can set it. So inside this, I think we had this visibility widget over here. So from here we can call controller.prev, right? Controller.prevQuestion. Beautiful. Let's save it. Now let's come over here, let's click on this, and it's beautiful, and click on this, and you can go back to previous one, and the very first one is not there, and you can go to the last one. Okay, now here we do have some changes that I think we can make. Okay, let's go back and load. You see it's visible. Okay, even the questions are not visible, it's visible. So we need to find a way to hide it and wait. Okay, so how to do that? Well, now here definitely let's work on this visible property, and here we do controller.loadingStatus.value. we check it, and we check if this is loading status equal completed or not. Do remember that over here inside our controller we have setting this one. Once the questions are all loaded, we update the value, right? Okay, great. So once that value is true, then we would show this thing, otherwise we are not going to show it. Okay, now let's save it, come back and do this. Looks like it didn't work yet. Let's try it one more time. Okay, looks like it was working. Yeah. Okay, so now, yeah, you see that was not visible. Yeah, it shows up later, but if you hide it and go back, and you see it's already there, so it's working. All right, now we also need to check if this is last questions or not. If it is last questions, we don't want to show this one. Okay, so we want to show something else. We can show it complete or blah blah blah, or go to a new page. Okay, now for this one we need to create first conditional check in our controller, like we did over here. So we need to check if we are in the last question or not. Okay, so to be able to work on this last question, over here we'll set bool get is last question, and then here we do current question index.value over here, and we can check it like this. If value equal greater than or equal, you can get all questions over here, and then you get length and do -1. Okay, so if it is equal or greater, so that means this is the last questions. So question value or index if it is greater than or equal. Okay, now, well, this has been set over here. Now we can access it in this section over here. Well, so we need to check using this controller, and then is last question. Okay, if it is the last question, then we would show over here complete, and otherwise we'll show it next. Okay, all right, now let's save it. Yeah, as you see, it's completed. You can go back, you see next one, you see completed, and if you go back to the very first one, that's gone as well. Beautiful. So that means it's working. And at the same time over here, actually we also want to do something interesting. So we're gonna copy this one. If it's the last question, then actually we want to navigate to a new page. Okay, so here we do container, otherwise we'll go to the next question if we click on this. So now here we go to the next. Now it's completed. If we click on this, actually later we'll see how to go to a new page. Well, next we want to do this one. We want to create this custom app bar. This is what we want to create. Now, a few things before we go ahead and create a class for this. First, you have to know that this one is completely customized app bar. We are not going to use the default one, and this is dynamic. As you can see, the time changes as all the time, and as you click on this, you'd be also able to like change this question number. So this is question 2. You go back and you also see it here. There's also a menu here like that, so complete remaining. So a lot of things happens here, so it's a bit complex work. So this is what we are going to do now. Okay, so we'll go to our project over here, and now inside this we have this widget folder. So here we'll create a new class and we'll call it customAppBar, customAppBar.dart. Since we are going to create it so on our own, first we'll go ahead and create a stateless class and we'll call it customAppBar, and this would extends the library. Now once again we'll have complete control on the height of this, so that for that reason actually we are going to implement over here another class which is called preferredSized widget. So with this we'll be able to control our size, like width and height of our app bar. Now it wants you to implement this or override this method actually. Okay, all right. Now anyway, so first go ahead and check on this. So what are the things we want? Well, first we should have a default title and the title that we send. So this is for title, and over here this would be sent as a widget. So this is what we want, and whether we want to show this menu or icon like this. For example, if you come over here, we still use this app bar, but there is no menu. Okay, so that's why. So this app bar would be customizable. As I said, that you can also use it over here. So in different places we would control it differently, so we need to set up boolean. So we'll have a boolean for this one. So, and for this one we'll also have a default title and a title based on our app page, app screen, and of course it stays the same. Of course we should also be able to hide it, whether we want to show this or not. So a lot of complex things here. For example, here we don't say it, we show it to this one, right? Okay, great. And after being said that, we also have to know that this app bar is going to be like we are going to use stack widget to do it, because this position we are going to control completely on our own. Anyway, so first let's go ahead and define some of the properties that we want to use over here. So definitely we want to do final string title. So this is the title. There would be a default title, so for that one we'll have this, and after that we'll have a widget over here. Okay, so widget, and we'll call it title widget. Okay, now why this one? Because this is a widget, right? So this widget we may pass or we may not pass. Okay, so that's why it's optional. And we can also set up a boolean over here. So we do bool, and here we do show action icon equal false. So this would be no, sorry, we'll set it up later. So if we want to show action icon or not. And next one is what else we could do. And because we want to be able to click on this and go to a new page, okay, so we also need to work with this a function call. So here we do void callback. Now this could be optional because we'll also have our default function where to go. So here we would say on menu action tab, okay, on menu action tab. So with this we'd be able to show or hide this icon. So this is a boolean. If it is true, that means that we'll have a menu button. We'll click on the menu and go to somewhere. Okay, now this callback should be small b, I guess. Okay, great. Now of course we need to come over here and work on this. Okay, so this dot title. Okay, now we'll have a default title. Actually our default title is empty, and this dot show action icon, this one. So in default we'll set it as false. We don't want to show it, but if we want to show it, we'll set it to true from the color place. Next one is we'll have leading. Leading, do you have leading? No, actually we should have a widget that's called leading. We don't have this one, so let's go ahead and we'll call it leading widget. Well, one thing actually I think I have set it wrong. So this title widget actually should be here. So if we don't have this one, we'll use empty title. Okay, so this is the leading widget, and this leading widget should be for this one. Anyway, so both of them are widget and both of them are optional, so that's the point. Right, so leading. Now for leading itself, we'll check it. It could be null. If it's null, then we'll go ahead and use our own widget that's embedded in the code, which also means which is not dynamic. And we'll also do this one, title widget over here. So it's optional here, but we are not giving it a default value. That also means that we have to do a null check. Now the other one is show. We already did that. Then we'll do untap this one. Okay, so this is the function. All right, so these are the few properties that we need to work on. Now over here we are going to remove this one. We don't need this. We can work with just completely from the scratch. Now here we're going to work with safe area, so we'll control our safe area on our own. So here first we're gonna start with stack widget. Okay, so here we do child stack. All right, now the arrow should be gone. Now as I said early, because this positions we are going to completely control on our own, so that's why we need a stack widget. So we'll have children, and inside this over here we'll have position.field. Now inside this we want to have child. Now what is the first thing we want to check? Now we want to check if this title is given or not. Okay, so this is what we want to check. So here we have child and we have title widget, this one. So we'll check if this is null or not. And see, it could be null because it's optional, and we also don't have a default value. So if it's null, then what are you going to do? Now we are going to use this empty one over here. Okay, this is empty string. Anyway, so here we would first wrap it around center widget, then we would do child, and then we would do text, and then we would do title. Okay, now this is the title, as you can see, but this title could be also be passed down from other pages, but for now it's empty. Okay, if you pass that down, that would be used. Anyway, so now over here we can also do child, style. Now we want to style this one, our app bar. To be able to style it, actually we can go to custom text style, custom text style, this one. Now over here we want to set up a new style format. So right after this, over here we do const appbar ts, which is appbar text, and over here we'll have text style, and then we'll define our first font weight, I guess we could do, and font weight dot bold, this one, and after that font size, let's do it like 16, and then color. Now color we would do on surface color. I think this is one we already have, which is also means white. Okay, now after that we'll just return. So this is what we have. Okay, now this is for appbar text. Okay, so we'll close this one and go back to our page. Let's do that. Now here, this is the style that we want to put. So we'll just simply call appbar ts. Okay, so that should be appbar style. Now over here, actually what we are doing, we are checking if it's null. So this is the text one, the one text widget, text or title we'll use. Otherwise, we're going to use title widget. So here we do center, and then we do child. Yeah, let's see, I think we are doing it wrong. It shouldn't be here, it should be out of this. Okay, great. Now here we do title widget. So hopefully it makes sense. If title widget is empty, then we'll use this one. Otherwise, whatever the title widget has been given, that one would be using. Okay, now, well, actually right now I think we can go ahead and start to use this one, and we'll see how it looks like. So over here we'll come ahead and do appbar, and then here we do customAppBar, and let's see what are the items we can pass to it. Looks so for now actually we don't need to pass anything because it will check on its own. But yes, like for example this title widget, so this one we can pass from here. Say for example title widget, we do like text custom text. Let's go ahead and save it. Now over here, I'm sorry. Okay, well that means that you have to restart it. Let's go ahead and do it. Here we are, and we do still see that we have errors. Now we'll try it one more time from here and study app, restore everything, and we'll see if we have error or not. Well, so far we're good. Yes, great. Now here we don't see the app bar yet. Why not? The reason is over here we are not giving it any size. So because we said that our app bar will have default size, so we need to work on this default size. Now here simply we'll remove that one and we'll do const size, and here we'll do double max infinite, so that is x value, and with y value we can do 80, and then we are good to go, I guess. Let's save it. Yes, we do see that part of the things that showed up over here. Let's go back and let's try it one more time. Yes, we see there are things, right? So that means it's already working. All right, but we still need to continue to work on this. Now here's our app bar, and at the same time actually we could do a bit of more work. So we can wrap this around a padding widget, and we'll see how it goes. So we'll wrap it around padding widget. Yeah, now instead of doing like this, we'll do it differently. We would do const add insets, symmetric. This is the one that we are going to use. Now over here we do horizontal. Now mobile screen padding, I think the one we had early, so this is the one that we could use, and as well as vertical. Let's see, mobile screen padding, and it does look like I might not use this one. Yes, there it is gone. Okay, let's go ahead and see that yes, it doesn't have obvious problem change, but it will have very soon. Now we'll work on these two sides. Now to be able to work with this one, we'll still be inside the stack widget right after this position widget, and over here we do a row widget. Okay, now of course children, okay, because we want to put these two in a row and push them apart. Anyway, so inside this children, we want to first check whether we have leading widget or not. If we have leading widget, we'll go ahead and use that. But if we don't have leading widget, so we'll give it something that would work as a fallback. So here we would use transform.translate, something like that. And over here we're gonna use offset. We do const offset 0, and inside this we'll also have a back button. So let's go ahead and do that. So over here we could do const back button, this one. So this is a default button that's already in Flutter. So if we don't have, we go ahead and use this one. We just do a little bit position rotating. All right, nothing will happen yet, because our code doesn't have anything like that. Anyway, so let's continue. So that's the first one. We are checking on this leading. If we have, use that, otherwise we'll go to the fallback one. Now we want to use another conditional statement over here. If show icon, show action icon, like as I said earlier, that if we want to show this icon or not. So if we are going to show, which means if we pass true, then here's the thing that we could do. So let's do it one more time. Translate over here. Now this time we would do const offset. Inside this we'll set it as a 10 and then 0. Okay, now right after this we need to do child over here. Now for child itself we'll use circle button, I think, app circle button. This one, actually this is the one that we had early. Now inside this we need to set up some parameters. So here we do child, and for child itself we would use icon, and here we do app icons, this one, dot menu. Okay, for now we'll just go ahead with menu and we'll see how it works. Okay, now we also know that it takes on tap event. Now if you don't know where is this, actually this is coming from part 1, right? On menu action tap, this one. If it is true, we'll use that one. Otherwise for now we'll just tag it as a null. Okay, yeah, but here actually we want to put a router, which we'll do over here. But remember, on menu action would be like a function that will pass down to it. Okay, so that's what we have right now. Let's go ahead and save it and we'll see how it works. Okay, now before it has to look good, we need to do some changes over here as well. Make sure that we have, okay, we're good. Now before it has to look good, let's come over here. Now customAppBar, we need to make some changes. All right, now instead of doing like this, we don't want to do it like this. Let's remove this first. Okay, now first let's work on this one by one. first we want to work on the leading one. Now for leading, as I said over here, for the leading one we are going to send a widget, right? Leading property. If you see leading is a widget. So we are going to send a widget to it, and we are going to send container to it. Now here container, we're gonna use it padding, and we'll do const agent sets only symmetric would work. Let's go ahead with symmetric. Now here horizontal would use 8 and vertical would use 4. All right, and right after that we'll have a child, and our child would be responsive, as I said over here. Now for now we're just gonna send here something called timer. We have to create this custom timer later, and we should be good to go. Okay, yeah, now so that's the child, and after that actually we want to do a bit of decoration over here. So here we do decoration, const shape border, shape decoration, actually not border, shape decoration. Now inside this we want to define our shape. So what shape we want to use stadium border. Now, if you don't know what is stadium border, check out my other tutorials. I've already created tutorials on them. Now over here we could define side to it, actually side, and we would do border side. Now for border side we could do color first, and the color we would use on surface color and on surface text color, this one, and we can mention the width of it with, say, go ahead with the 2. All right, so that's what we have so far. Looks like it wants some change. Yeah, let's do that. Const modifier, let's save it. Yes, yeah, it is trying to work, but yes, we do have some error, but we'll take care of that. Okay, now after this we are going to set up another property which is called show action icon, which is true. In default that was false, I guess. Okay, and one more property we set, and then we are good to go. I will take care of this error. Title widget, let's try it one more time. Title widget. Now over here title widget would be also OBX type. Now here we'll have text for it for now, but soon we're going to change it. Just one, and over here we do style, and on I think we could do appbar ts. Okay, let's see. Yeah, okay, good to go. Okay, now we still have this error over here. Let's check it why. Oh, the error actually, if we take a look, it's pointing to this one, this line. Okay, now it makes sense why we have this error, because there are some properties that we need to use. So let's go ahead and do it first with main axis alignment, and then we do main axis alignment dot space between. We can go ahead with this and see if we still have error. We still have. And then there's another property. We could use this called cross axis alignment, and we do cross axis alignment dot center. Let's save it. Okay, come back, work on this. Looks like we still have this error. Let's look at it one more time. Well, this is what I have right now after restarting the app, and well, we are doing one thing wrong, because right now we don't have any reactive component. So if you wrap this text around OBX, it will get you errors. So let's remove that first. So we're gonna remove that first. We're gonna just put text over here, and the same thing, we're gonna remove this OBX. As we use it, we're gonna do it, and sorry for it. So now let's refresh it, and let's see how it works. So anyway, yeah, So it does look like we don't have any problems right now because that error has gone. But now we see that we have this stadium border over here and this menu icon as well. Okay, but this is still not what we want, because we want here to be more colorful at the top. Now, to be able to work with this, we need to change a bit of the thing over here. So this is the one that actually should be changed. So now let's go ahead and find it. And this is this background decoration. Now over here, let's wrap this around a widget, and we'll call it safe area. Now let's save it, and you see it came down. So this is what is causing the problem. And as well as over here, let's do fill. Okay, now it should be much better, and it should work as we expected. Okay, so now this is what we wanted. Now here, this section has to be dynamic, but for now it's not dynamic, but we can make it dynamic right away. It wouldn't take a lot of time. Now to be able to work on this section over here, title widget, actually we can read our questions from our controller. So let's keep it the way it was. We'll just want to remove this text, and we'll put more dynamic text over here. Now to be able to do that, first I would do this one, and we do Q stands for questions, and then we'll do like this, and we'll use the controller object to access the underlying question index. Okay, so here we do question index, and then we'd get value from it. Now the very first question, the index is 0, but we don't want to show 0 here. We want to show 1, 2, 3, like that. So with 0 plus 1, we do or add 1. Okay, all right, so this way it should work. And over here, let me convert it to string. This way we in future will not get any error, just in case. All right, okay. And from here we can also get a function which is called pad left, this one. Now with this we do 2, 0. Okay, now we do see that we have a bit of error. Let's remove that. Okay, and right over here we'll remove this one as well. Now because this one we want to be reactive, so this time we want to wrap it around OBX, and that's okay. All right, let's save it. Okay, so that's what we see. Now over here, pad left is just auto inserting 0 for it, as you can see over here. Yeah, and for question itself, actually we can put a dot mark. Okay, now we see the dot. Let's click on next. So beautiful, it's very dynamic. Our questions are dynamic, the UI is dynamic. I mean, if you have come along so far, you have done a great job. All I want you to buy me a coffee if you liked it. At the same time, I want you to go ahead and review this app, because this is one of the most complex app I have made for YouTube channel. Here a lot of things happen, so if you understand how it works, definitely it'll pay off in the long run. Anyway, so yeah, it's cool. So next we want to work on this timer. Now to be able to work on this timer, we have to find our controller, and this is the controller that we were using early. So over here we'll start working. Now for controller itself, we're gonna define some objects. We'll do it over here, and let's simply do timer. Okay, now first we'll import timer object, and we'll call it timer, because this is the object that will give us our class, actually give us a lot of methods, few methods that we need to use. And here we'll also define a variable which we'll call remain seconds equal 1. And at the same time, let's say final time equal 0 0, and we want to make it OBS, and this is where we want to change and want to make it reactive. Okay, all right, great. Now right after this we need to create a method which we'll call start timer, like that. Okay, so that would be a private method, so we'll create a method and we'll call it start timer. Now inside this we'll pass down a time which would be integer value, and that would be in seconds. All right, okay, now this is the time that we would read from our database, from Firebase. To remember that our Firebase has, if you click on this one, actually here you see that time seconds. So this is the value that we read from our database. Anyway, so let's go ahead and work on this. The const would do duration, and here we'll define an object duration, and we want to count everything in seconds. All right, and then whatever this one we sent down from the caller place, the place where we call from, we'll assign it to this one, so this would be the remaining seconds. All right, now at the beginning it was default 1. Okay, now we can change it, and right after this over here actually we are going to call a function from timer class that is called period. Now over here you have to define duration. We already defined this one. I guess that also means pretty much like how you want to count this time in terms of minutes or seconds. Okay, all right, now over here we'll get a timer object, timer. Okay, now right after this we'll do some checking over here. So if remaining seconds equals 0, that means there are no more time, then we would cancel the timer, else we'll continue. As we continue, we have to work on this counting how many minutes are left, how many seconds are left. Okay, now in terms of minutes we'd count like this, so remaining seconds, and then this divided by 60, that will get whatever you get from there, that would give us minute. That also means that, like, if you, for example, now let me give you an example that how it's working. So say your total time is 160 seconds, 170 seconds, then if you divide it by 60, well, you'll get something like this. I guess you'd get 2.43, like that. Okay, I guess so. Now this 2 would be the minutes over here. Okay, we'll save it inside this, and the rest of this one we'll save it in a second variable. So let's go ahead and declare, and we'll do int seconds, remaining seconds. But to get that remaining second, you have to use this math operator. Okay, all right, now at the top we declared our value, time is reactive, so whatever is there we save it, time.value, and then we convert minutes to string. Let's do that to string. Now inside this, once again, we can call pad left. So if we have any empty space, then we'll use 0 to cover that. And at the same time, because it's a string, so we can add more stuff to it. So here we do like this. So we are adding this one. So this would be more like, you know, the colon right after minutes, and after that you would do seconds. Now seconds to string. Once again, we'll call this pad left and to 0. All right, let's see, what do we have? Replace with interpolation. I don't think we need that, but anyway, so let's move ahead. And each time we go into the loop, every 1 second later, whatever the remaining seconds, we do -1 from that. Okay, yeah. So first time when we call this one, we'll send the remaining seconds to it. Definitely this will not get called. This would get called. Okay, all right. Now if this gets called, then this would continue and we'll just keep -1. Okay, and of course at the same time we convert everything to minute and seconds at the same time. Now in our Firebase, actually everything is saved as seconds, as you see, 900. For example, if you come over here for math, for this one, this is also 900. So pretty much everything 900. Of course, if you change it here, your front end will also get changed. So idea is you get as second from here. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. Now it's time to call this one. Okay, where do you call it from? Actually, we want to call it from load data. This function gets called when you first time come to this UI, right? Yeah. So right after this, actually, you want to start calling this one. So here we do start timer, and we need to pass down the seconds to it. How do you do that? Now here we have this variable which is called question paper, this one. So we'll have this one, let's see, okay, right here, and then from it we're gonna use the time seconds, and I guess we're good to go. Yeah, so with this we'd be able to make it reactive. Now the other thing we need to work on over here, so this time we are passing this, but now we don't want to pass this anymore. Now we just simply can't go ahead and call this one. Well, in one sense actually we can, but that wouldn't be very good looking. So for example, here we could do obx and then text, and inside this we'll have controller dot time dot value, yeah, just like this, and then we convert it to string. I guess that should work. Let's see. Okay, here's the problem. We don't need this one inside here. Okay, so that's what we have. Yeah, let's go ahead and save it and see how it works. So now we'll come back and let's click on this. Yeah, you see it started, but I think we are doing something wrong. So that's why it's being strange. It shouldn't be as fast as this one. So we need to check what we are doing wrong. Well, let's try it one more time and see how it goes. So here we still see that this goes very fast. Well, now if we are going to come over here in our QuestionController section, and if we do a debugging log, let's go ahead and do that. Actually here we do have on ready. Now I'm going to print over here something. Here I'll call it on ready, like this. Okay, all right, and we'll see how many times it got printed. And over here we'll also check this one, print start timer, just like this. So let's save it. Okay, now we'll go back and over here click on this, and we do see that already gets called only once, and this is what expected. Already should only get once, but that also means that this function should get called only once as well. But now over here inside this function we have this log, and we do see that this has been printing many times. Well, we do see that it's being printed 5 times. Okay, so this is the problem, because it's getting printed 5 times. That also means that this function getting called 5 times. That also means that this timer object, the timer we are using over here, okay, this callback function actually getting called 5 times as well. So that's why it reduces very quickly. So this is the problem. Now, of course, this function itself doesn't have any problem over here. The problem is inside this method. Here, as I was coding, we do have a bit of issue. Now, this condition, this one, well, we do have else if, right? Actually, it should not be here. It should be out of this. So we take this out. So we have to get out of this try clause. So this is try catch clause. So we do it right after it here. Okay, all right, now let's restart everything, and we'll see how it goes this time. And we'll also verify the log over here, and let's call it, and we do say that it's normal right now, and this got only called once and this one as well. That means there was this problem, so just shift this code. Okay, great. Now as we are here inside the screen, okay, but this is not what we want to show to the user, this UI, so we want to make a bit of change. All right, now to be able to do that, first we need to come to our lib folder over here inside this widget over here. So we'll create a new widget and we'll call it countdown timer, countdown timer.dart. So this is going to be a stateless class once again. So let's go ahead and create it. So here we'd create a class, and we'll call it countdown timer. Actually, not like this. We can just simply go ahead and create a stateless class, and here we would call countdown timer. Great. And let's import stuffs. Now a few things we have to understand. What do we want to send to this widget? So here definitely we want to send the color. So here go ahead and do this color. Okay, and we may send, we may not send, so this way it would make it colorful, as well as final string, the time itself. Okay, so yeah, now right over here inside this we do this dot color because it's optional, and required this dot time. We're good to go. All right, now here instead of container we're going to use a row. The reason here we'll have an icon as well as this time, so we want to put these things in a row. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So we'll have children, and then we'll have icon. Now here icons dot timer. Let's see, do we have what are we having here? Okay, let's try it one more time. I think we need to import a library for this. Yes, and then we get timer. Okay, great. We have this timer and we have this color for this timer. So we'll check if we have color or not. If not, then we would use theme.ofContext.primaryColor. Okay, so that's what we get. Now here we'll also have const sized box. So here we're going to use width 5. Right after this, actually we want to show the time itself. Now for this reason over here we want to create a text and we pass the time to it. All right, now actually with this pretty much we can go ahead and use our countdown timer. Now over here we have this OBX, so you want to get rid of this one, okay? And inside this we're gonna call countdown timer. Now the time itself is, what do we have? So here we could do controller.time.value, and then we could also do color. Now here we can just simply pass colors.white. And now if we take a look, that we already see that it has changed. Now the icon color has changed, but not really this color itself. So we also need to set a color for this one. To be able to set a color for this time, actually we want to do it in our color file. I think that should be custom text style. I guess it should be over here. Yeah, right over here we can set up something. So here would create a function that will return text style. So here that's what we are going to do, and then we can say countdown timer ts. All right, so now over here we're just going to return text style. Okay, okay, great. Now inside this we want to do a letter spacing. We don't want them to be too close, and then we can also do color over here. Now for the color itself we can check UI parameters dot is dark. If it is dark mode, then we'd use theme.off context. Now here we take text theme, actually whatever the text theme for that dark mode, we take that one and we do body text to 1, and then we get the color object from it. Great. Now here this is the problem though. Now we can't, it does need a context. So here we do get.context, and at the top we can import get package. Okay, and we should be good to go. And over here make sure that they are not null. Okay, so that's what. Otherwise we use a different color, theme.off get.context, and then we use a primary color. So that's what we have. So this is the color that we want to use based on different mode. Now to be able to work with this countdown timer and color, now we need to come over here and do this style. So here we do style and countdown timer. I think that was count this one, and then we do copy with, and then we pass color object, whatever the color was given to it. Now let's save it, and okay, so let's see what color we are passing. So okay, now over here we can, let's change this color, because I think we have a color defined on surface text color, this one. Okay, great, so that means it's working. Okay, so let's go back, click on this. Yes, so here's the time, here's the question, and here's this time and the questions, and we still say that it's working. Great. Okay, now one more thing that we want to change, we want to change this one. Okay, like as you can see they're very different. Okay, so we need to have that one, And I think we had this in a file called app icons. Let's see, app icons.dart. Okay, this one. Now over here we are going to create a new icon for us. Static const icon data menu icon data. So here, and font family will use font fem. Great. Now let's come over here and we can go to our customAppBar. Now over here right now, actually we don't want this one, we want dot menu. Okay, second one. Let's reload our app and okay. All right, now let's check on this. Yes, it's visible. Of course it doesn't work, right? Okay, anyway, so what is the next thing we want to do? Next thing, we want to be able to work on this icon. We want to be able to click on this like the way we do. We click on this and go back, and we see our overview, things like that, and some information as you can see over here. So that's what we want to do as well. Okay, now we have to create new screen for that. Okay, so well, for this one actually we don't have a lot of work on the controller. We do have a bit of work on the controller, not a lot. So this time we are going to work with this screen first, okay, UI first. So over here we'll create a new file, and here we'll say this as test overview screen .dart. Okay, and this one would be once again stateless class, and we'll call it test overview screen. Okay, now let's import that. And one thing here we can directly change. Instead of this, we'll use Getview. Now we'll inject the controller. What controller? Question controller. Question controller, this one. Okay, all right, let's import dart, getX. Okay, great. All right, now over here we want to define our own route to it. As we click on this, we want to go there, so let's define it. We could do static const string. Now here we need to do a route name, so our route name should be test overview. Okay, like that pretty much, and we are good to go. Now as this is done, we can come to our app routes over here, and we can just simply inject it. So over here we do get page. Now let us get organized. Okay, now what's the name? So the name itself we would use as this one, test overview dot route name. So that's the route name, and over here screen. So what's the screen? The screen or the page is still the same, screen overview. Okay, great. Now you may wonder why we are not injecting the controller. Well, so actually this page would be coming from QuestionScreen. Okay, and over here we already injected it once, so you don't want to do it again. All right, yeah. By the way, as we are on this page, I want to make a little bit change of this. So over here we want to have this one as a type. Okay, now why? If you take a look at our QuestionScreen over here, you will see that we have an ID. So if you use getBuilder ID, of course getBuilder has a type of controller. Okay, now if controller with the ID, in that case when you inject the controller, you should also put the type. Okay, that's how it works. So far no problem, but in future we'll have problems, so we just mention the type over here one more time and it would be better. Okay, anyway, so with this we're done. Now we can close this one. We don't need this anymore. Now if you come over here, actually very soon we'll be able to view this UI. So here we'll have scaffold, and inside scaffold we'll have AppBar. Now for AppBar itself, we already made customAppBar. So that's our reusable widget. Okay, and it's beautiful. Now inside this we'll use a title, and we'll use a controller dot. Over here we want to say something, say for example title that your quiz or your test has been completed. So we want to do something, but now this part has to do with controller itself. Okay, but for now we can just say test over. Okay, so that's what we just say. And what else? Now over here we can also do body. Now inside body we can do background decoration, the one we created early, this one. Now it does take an argument, which is child. Now let's put a child inside this, and for the test purpose we'll do center child text test. All right, just like this. Now why we are doing this? Because we could do a quick test. As we click on this, we want to go to this page, and we will see that our customAppBar and decorations, they are all working. Now to be able to work with this, one thing, we have to come to our AppBar over here. Now this is an on tap event. Okay, so over here we want to change it. So how do you change it? Now remember, on menu action is a function, so over here we have to have another function for this one. Now we just use arrow function get.toNamed. Now looks like we don't have this bar. Okay, so here we need to import getX. Let's do that. Get. All right, beautiful. And after this, inside this, we want to use a route name. Okay, so what's the route name? TextOverViewScreen dot. Okay, route name. So that's what we had early, and let's save it. Okay, and so far no problem. Let's click on this. Yes, we do see that we have a bit of issue. Let's restart. Let's click on this. Okay, great. So it's working, and of course this is our AppBar, but AppBar does have a bit of problem. Now let's come to this section over here. I think here's a property, is called extended behavior true. Let's set this one and see how it works. Okay, now it extended to the top. Okay, now if you click on this, we can go back. It's beautiful. Okay, so let's click on this, and then you see, and you go back, and you're still in question 3. Click on this, go back, and question 3. Beautiful. So because we are using toNamed over here as our route, so it keeps the previous page and state the same. Now this way actually we can also change over here, right? If it's the last question, we want to invoke this function over here. So here we would do get.toNamed. All right, now inside this test overview, dot route name. All right, let's restart our app. We have some changes. Restarting always works. Now let's click on this. Okay, let's see how things are going. Okay, and let's click on this. So definitely we can click on this, come to this page, yeah, and click on this, go back. Question number 3, let's do the last one. So it's complete, and if it's complete, well, let's go back and do it one more time. It's fun, I guess. Now click on this. It should take us to overview page. Now it looks like it did not. It should. It is the last question. We do have a problem with this, so let's go ahead and check on this. So this is the last question. Okay, all right, so here it looks all right. I think the problem is here. Actually, this is the problem. Let's check on this. Let's save it and see how it goes. Now click on this. Yeah, it's over. It's taking you to this page. Great. But actually a few things, we don't want to see this one as well, we don't want to see this one as well. So first we need to work on this text over here. Okay, now to be able to work on this one, we need to do a bit of work in our controller, and this is the same controller that we are going to work. Now over here at the bottom, I think right after this actually we can create a new method, and method name would be completed test, and like that. Now actually we want to create a getter for this, so it's not really a method, we just want to return something from here directly. So what do you want to return? You want to return string, but as a getter, so we need to return something. So definitely we need a return statement over. Okay, but of course we will make it dynamic. How to work with this one. Now we know that some of the questions could be selected, some of the questions are not selected. I think we do have a typo over here. Let's fix it first. Okay, great. Well, what do I mean by that? For example, say over here you check this one, go to the next one, but you skip this one, go to the next one, check this one, go to the next one, next one, next one, and we complete it. So here we only answered 2, okay, 2 questions. So yes, we need to show which of them are selected or answered, which of them are not answered. Okay, so that's what we are going to do, and check actually. So first we will check from our all questions. We know that all questions saves all the questions and answers. So now here I will access the method which is called where. Now inside this we'll do questions element actually. Okay, element dot selected answer. Now if selected answer is not null, then we want to get that one. Okay, all right, then we would convert it to list, and at the same time then we would get the length. Okay, yeah, and with this that's as simple as that one, and we'll save it in a variable. Now let us get organized so that we know what's happening. So we get all of them and check if there is answer saved for it. Okay, to remember that earlier we called this method to save answer for each of them. Now of course answer could be null, as you see. Now over here this method where actually returns the length. So of course here it's a boolean, right? If it's true, then it would be counted inside this length. Okay, based on this section, if it is true, then one question has been selected. Like for example, for this one it will return true, then here we have length 1. For this one it will return false, which means this part would not get executed. Now this one returns true. Okay, so now we'll have 2 questions and others are empty. So anyway, so based on true or false, it gets selected and counted, but everything happens automatically inside, so you don't need to worry about it. And whatever the new list, it has the selected answer number. Okay, total number. Anyway, so now here we are going to save it. Okay, all right, now here we'll call it final answered. Okay, whatever is answered there. Now here we want to replace this one. How do you replace? Of course we need to do interpolation over here. Now we do answered. Okay, Now inside this, okay, we can do it a little bit differently actually. So first, right after this, we do answered, and then it's out of, and then we do like this. And here we do all questions dot length, and then right after this here we do answered. Okay, now with this is the variable and $sign has to be together, and if you have an object, it has to be wrapped around this dollar and curly braces, and the rest of them could be just any kind of string. Great. So now this would return a string, so that's why we have string over here. So remember, with the $sign, you have to put the variable if you have a quotation, like we have a quotation here. Anyway, so now overview in this section here, we can replace this. Here we could do controller dot. So in that case, let us just take this one and put it here directly, and we'll see how it goes. Completed test. Okay, right, we are in the wrong controller. No wonder it's not, well, that is actually not a controller, that was UI. But anyway, now yeah, it's fine. Okay, so this section, so we can go back. Okay, because we had a big change, so let's restart everything. Okay, let's select this, go to the next one, let's select this, go to the next one, we'll skip next two and select the last one, and we'll hit complete. Okay, great, 3 out of 5 has been answered. Wonderful, so it's working. Now of course we also want to do this one, showing the time, so that has to happen inside this background decoration. Now to be able to work on that section, we need to come over here and let's replace some of the items here. We don't need them like this, so we'll have column, and then we'll have children. I guess you understand why we'll have like this, children column. It should be working. Child. Okay, let's try it one more time. Okay, so column children, right. The reason we have this, if you see, so this has to be column layout, right, including this one and everything. Okay, great. Anyway, so here maybe this one is causing this problem. Yeah, it's gone. Next we want to have here expanded widget. Yes, right. And then we'll have child inside this, and then actually we want to use content area. And the content area takes child argument. Let's pass to it. Now inside this, as a child, actually we want to put a row. Let's do that, and then we'll have children. Okay, well, now why we want to have a row like this, because this and this, these are in a row. Okay, so will it make sense? The time, and yeah, the icon and the time, I guess this one, the icon and the time. All right, so let's go ahead and do it. So here we have countdown timer. So here we want to pass color to it. Let's pass the color, and here we'll check UI parameters dot is dark mode. So if it is dark mode, then inside this we want to check theme of context dot text theme dot body text one dot color. Okay, All right, otherwise over here we use let's see, theme dot of context, and then otherwise we just use primary color. And over here let's make sure this one, and right after this we'll have time. Okay, this time we're passing nothing. Okay, all right, so with this we just be able to see this icon, yeah, not the time. All right, now how about this section? Now actually we could do that together. Now since this is a row, right after this we could do one obx and text. I think we love obx. It's a beautiful widget created by GetX. Anyway, so right inside this we'll have controller, and then we'll have time. Okay, because it's an object, so we have to do this controller dot time, right? And right after this we can say remaining. Beautiful. And with this we are pretty much set. Now we can also set a style for it, countdown timer TS. Yeah, that's as simple as this one. Now let's check on our widget. Yes, it's already working. Everything that you see, you complete it, you see it there. It's beautiful. You're just getting better and better at everything. Let's complete this. Yeah, this is, here we are right now. Okay, so now actually this content would go up automatically, so let's work on them next. So with this we are done with this content area. Over here let's cut this one. So we would cut this, and then here we would do column, and right inside this we'll have children, and now it makes more sense. Okay, and right after this, actually inside this column we can put our sized box, and height would be 20. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. All right, most probably it needs a const before that, but let's put it. Okay, now inside this we want to put these things. Okay, now they are also reactive, like for example you can jump back to them, right? Yeah, or you can come over here. Okay, now it looks better. And right after this, here we'll have child into grid view dot builder, grid view, I guess, dot builder. Okay, now what is grid view and builder? I have other tutorials, so you may check that out. Now inside this few things that we need to set up. Now inside this grid view builder we want to set our item count. Now item count is coming from controller all questions.length. Now over here grid delegate, and we also have grid builder. So there's two things we need to take care. Now in general, grid delegate takes something like how many items you want, like one after another, and how you want, like horizontal or vertical. Now for this reason we have a function, or a class actually, widget, which is called sliver grid delegate with, we're gonna do fixed cross axis count, this one. Now inside this we need to set up some of this properties, which is called cross axis count. Now for silver grid delegate fixed cross axis, once again I have a tutorial, check that out. Now for cross axis we have get.width, so that's what we want to pass, and then we get the width and divide it by 75. So we assume that each of them, the maximum could be 75. All right, and we divide it, and axis count should be rest of them. like earlier we saw, when you divide something like this operator, you get the value before the fraction. Anyway, so right after that we need to mention ratio for looking good, and cross-axis spacing, this is more like margin and padding, things like that, and main axis spacing, so we mention here it as 8. So that's the first part. Now item builder takes a function and index. I mean, it takes a context actually, but in this case we are not passing any context. Now right over here actually we can pass something interesting. So what we could do text and then controller all questions, and then inside this we could do index, and then here we could do selected answer not null. Okay, now let's go ahead and return this. So it has to be return. Let's take a look on this and see how it works. So let's work on this and do complete. But here we do have this problem, which is overflow problem, and it is saying somewhere here, but I think we can just cut this and wrap it around expanded widget, and then as a child we'll put it, and now the error should be gone, I guess. Okay, yes, we do see things like that. So error is gone, and we do have some stuff, true, false. Now over here, so let's do style, text style, font. Over here it is evaluating as a true or false. If you see carefully, this is true, true, false, false, and true, which means that our basic selection is working actually. Okay, so here they're too small, and well, we already set up shrink and bounce. This bounce scrolling didn't work, and actually there is a mistake over here. It shouldn't be main axis extent. I think it should be main axis count. So here we would do main. Of this we'll have main axis spacing. Now let's save it. Yeah, now it looks better. And if you do enlarge the text, we do see bigger text, but of course we need to still work on things, but you get the idea. Okay, now if we go back, definitely we can say we select the answer and complete. Yes, we do see that we have a bit of change. Anyway, so that's working, but we need to work more on this. So we'll create a card over here for showing them. Now to be able to do that, inside this widget over here, question, now here we'll create a new card, and the card name would be question number card, like that. Actually I'm missing, let's rename it. Rename using .dart. Okay, and we should be good to go. Yeah, so this is a Dart class. But even before we go ahead and do that, actually we need to add some additional code over here inside this AnswerCard. Well, there is a reason for that. So first you have to understand, as you go back, now a lot of the time user would choose an answer. Okay, the answer status could be okay, chosen, not chosen. Now for chosen itself, the answer could be correct and wrong. So we have actually 4 status. First, user didn't choose at all, which is empty, and then user has chosen, but chosen itself has a 2 status. One is wrong and correct. So altogether we'll have 4 status. Now this 4 status, actually, let's save this in this file over here, and we'll create an enum over here, and enum name would be answer status. Answer status. Let's go ahead and write it, but my computer is becoming slow because I'm running a lot of stuff at this moment. Anyway, so the answer is correct, wrong, answered, and not answered. So these are the 4 status we'll have. Okay, all right, so with this we are done with this answer card. Okay, now we have to understand what we want to see and send in this question number card. So let's go ahead and create a stateless class over here, and we'll call it question number card. Let's import some of the dependencies. Okay, great. Now what do you want to send over here? Oh, looks like it didn't import it. Let's try it one more time. Yeah, so here you want to send final int index, so question index number, and then you want to send status, so answer status, this one, and it could be empty. And then we want to send a void callback, so here we would do void callback, this one, and so that would be actually a function that we want to send. Now over here, so a few things are required. So what is that? This dot index, so we must send the index, and then over here let's say status, we also make it required. So we do this dot index, this dot status. Okay, and then what else we want? We want to require this dot on tap event. Okay, all right, now what do I mean by that? You can take a look over here. So let's click on this, let's click on this. Okay, so now here we have this questions index actually, and the status, these are answered, but we still don't know right or wrong, and these are not answered. But if you click on this, it'll go back. So that's where you have this on tap event, so it'll go back to certain question. Okay, so that's what we are trying to do. Anyway, so now we are inside this bool method. Now first, inside this bool method, let's get a background color. Why? Because here you see the background color is very important. So first we want to get background color. So here we'll create an object and we'll call it background color. Now we'll get it from our theme, and here we'll get the context and then primary color. I guess we need to import dependencies for that, and now we could do primary color. Okay, so the color is important because we'd be switching between black, dark theme and bright theme. That's why. Now before we change, because as our theme changes, this background color and text change as well, so that's why we want to check the answer status. Okay, based on answer status, we'll change the background color. So here we would use switch statement, and we are passing status. Okay, so over here we want to check what are we sending. Now as you see, we have this status. Now we'll see which status matches with us. Now switch statement goes with case, so over here we would do answered status, and then we'll see if it is answered or not. Okay, so that would be our one status, and then we'll do a break after that. Okay, and what is that? Could be another case, so that is answered status dot correct answer, and whatever it is we'll do it later, and then we'll do a break. All right, and there should be another one, answer status dot wrong one, and then we'll do a break out of it, and then here case answered status dot not answered, and then we'll do break again, and then we'll have a default one. So default one would be here, default. Okay, all right. Now if you don't know what is switch statement, well, switch statement actually works with, it's like inside this there are a lot of conditions, and whatever the condition matches, based on that condition we do some stuff. Like if the condition matches over here, then we'll do some stuff over here, and we'll get out of this switch condition. So it's more like, say for example, if you have a for loop would run 5 times and do something each time. Now switch, you could understand it's another version of for loop, but now inside this it has a conditional check, and of course in this case it will run only one and try to see which condition matches, and if the condition matches then it will do things inside and break out of it. Okay, all right, so you can have as many conditions as you want. Now the conditions are matched using case, the special keyword case, and as it matches we get out of it. Okay, now anyway, so over here right now we want to change our background color, right? So this is our background color, and what background color we want for our if user has clicked on answer, it means has selected a certain answer. So let's get dart. I think let's import the library over here, get. All right, now over here we'll check is dark mode or not. If it is dark mode, then do something. So we do theme.off context over here, and then card color, we'll choose a card color, and then theme.off now over here, otherwise we would do primary color, and after that we'll just break. So if it is answered, then we would get card color. Most probably that would be white color actually, and then otherwise then we'd use primary color for background color, like this is the primary color in our case. Okay, all right, so now there is also a correct answer. Let's go ahead and check that one. Now for correct answer and things like that, actually I think we don't have any color that we have defined, but actually we could be smart, we could go ahead and set them. Now let's, before we fill up over here, let's find our file which is called app colors, this one, and inside this let's define some colors. Okay, so here we would do color. Now correct answer color. Now inside this we would do color OXFF3AC3CB. so this would be for correct answer. Now we'll define another color, and that should be for wrong answer color. Now here we'll also have new color OXFF85 187. So that's the color for wrong answer. And then correct, another color, and this is for not answered color. So here we do color, and once again OXFF. I think we're missing one. Okay, great. All right, okay, now it should work. Now 2A 3C 65. So that should work. So these are the three colors that we have defined. Now we could be able to directly use them over here. So if the answer is correct, then we do like this: background color equal correct answer color. Correct answer color. We directly use that one. And that should suit actually any kind of mode, dark mode or bright mode. Anyway, now we'll go ahead with this one over here, background color. Now here, wrong answer color, and then over here we would do not answered background color. Now why I have this one, you can ask why you have this, why not this one. Actually, a lot of time I'm running out of color, but I know that this color would match whatever it is, the mode, dark mode or light mode. It doesn't really matter. So here we do check one more time. If it's dark mode, then we do colors dot red, now with opacity 0.5, but feel free to use any kind of color you like. You don't have to stick to my color, it's all up to you. Now here we do theme dot off context, then over here we do primary color, then we do with opacity 0.1. Once again, you can use any kind of color you like, it doesn't really matter. So these are the few colors. Now we also have one default one, so that is background color. Let's check what's happening. It should recognize, but it's not recognizing. So I'm going to background color. Am I spelling right? It's weird though. Yes, this is correct. Correct, break, correct. Most probably it's an editor problem, but anyway, so we'll continue. So over here, theme dot of context dot primary color with opacity 0.1. Okay, great. So with this we are done with pretty much this section, but this answer card is far from done. This is just the status of the background. Now here we'll wrap this one using inkwell. Why? Because we want to be able to click on them. So that's why we need on tap event. Now inside this, here we'd use border radius. We do UI parameters dot border radius, card border radius, because these are cards. Now inside this we'll have child, and then I'll have ink. Now ink would give you more like color to be tapped on inside this inkwell, and it would keep the, how to say, the certain area to be clicked on and where we'll see the effect. Now anyway, so here we'd have center, and then we'll have child again, then we'll have text again. Now here inside this we'll show our text index. Okay, now this is the index that we are passing, and we grabbed it. And right after this, here we're gonna check the color. Now here we wanna set up a style over here. Now for style, we do text style. Now inside this we could do color. Now the color, before we set up the color, let's check the status. If answered, not answered, status equal this one, then let's see, we'd set up theme color over here, theme dot off context dot primary color. Otherwise we'll set it null here. So whatever it is, if the answer is not given, user didn't select anything, then we'll just set primary color. Otherwise we'll just set null to it. Okay, next, well, we'll see it later that why we did it like this. So right after this text over here, right after this center, we want to do padding. So here we do padding, edge insets. We could do all and set up a value like 10. And after that we want to do a decoration. So let's go ahead and do that. Now inside this we'll have box decoration and color. Now we'll have background color, whatever the color we have chosen earlier, and then we can also do border radius and UI parameter dot card border radius. All right, now with this we are also missing one thing over here, that's on tap event. I think it should be up there, on tap. So here we'll just take as on tap whatever we pass to it, and if we need, so it wants us to switch it. Okay, great. Now we're going to come over here, and now instead of returning this silly thing, we can actually return our answer question card number like that. So now we're going to replace this. Before I actually replace this, let's take a look how we could replace this. First, we want to check the answer status over here because we want to pass the status. That's why we want to check the status over here. Now here we would do answer status. Now it could be null as well. Remember earlier we did over here, it could be null. Okay, all right. Now over here, so we declared a variable and then we'll do a conditional check. So we do controller and all questions, then we'll get the index of it, like we can actually access it. I think, oh, because we have this controller object over here, so we can access it anyway. And this is the index over here, and index is also getting all the questions, and over here we have this index. So hopefully it makes sense. Now here we do selected answer and not equal null. If it is not equal null, then it means something has been selected. So over here we do answer status equal answer status dot answered. So the current status we send to it. If user has selected something, then we say the answer status is equal whatever has been selected. Okay, all right. Now over here, let's remove this. We don't want to have this one like this, so we could do question card number. Definitely we need to pass the index, status, and on tap event. Now index is being sent as index, but we want to send +1, otherwise it will start from 0. Now over here status is answer status, the one that we have. Now what is this on tap event? Now this on tap event is interesting because once we click on this, like we saw earlier, so we will go back to this one. Okay, so we need to go back there, and then what happens, we must finish everything, then we come back again. Okay, so wherever we go, we have to keep that controller or keep that status. Anyway, so now I'm going to do null over here, and it looks like it's not gonna work. Okay, so this should work. I'll change it later, but let's see how it works. So let's restart, and we do complete, Okay, great. So it's already visible, as you can see over here. So things are visible, but of course they are not clickable. But you can go back and change your answer if you want. You can add a new one, but if you click on this, you can go back like this. Okay, but if you click on this, of course you have to change. You can change your answer over here as well. Anyway, so it makes sense. Now as we click on complete, it shows up with this. I want to click on this and go somewhere. Now over here we have to this function. Now we'll create a function inside our controller, completed text right below it, and here we'll call jump to question. Okay, now inside this we'll have to pass our index of this certain question that we want to pass, and then we want to set a variable is go back equal true. So the default status that we want to go back. If we go back, we have to preserve the state. Anyway, so over here, first we'll get the question index and value, and then we'll set the index, whatever index is there. So we first set whatever has been sent from here. Actually, so what I'm trying to say, we'll call this jump to function from here. As we call, we'll pass the index, and as we do that, we have to set the value first, and then we have to set it as a current question. So because this is the question that you want to view, so that becomes your current question dot value. Now over here, all questions. So from all questions for that index, get that one and set the value to it. Hopefully it makes sense. Now over here we do is go back, is go back. If it is true, then we do get.back. So we just go back. Okay, so but of course you can set it to false. We'll say somewhere else we'll set it to false. Okay, so this is helpful with this conditional check. Anyway, so now let's save it. Okay, all right, now if we click on this, of course nothing happens yet because we are not calling this. So from here we need to call it. So how do you call it? Just simply like this. Actually I'm gonna go ahead with arrow function, and then we do controller dot jump to question, and here passing index, and we are good to go. Let's save it. Okay, now let's click on this. Yes, you can go back. You click again, so you can go back question number 5, and then you can finish complete. You can go back again. Let's change the answer. Well, it doesn't make any sense though. Anyway, now let's finish this. Now I want to go back to question number 1 and select it, and then of course if I click on this, I still see that this is being selected. Beautiful. So we have done a lot of work so far. Okay, all right, so yeah, great. Now next, what do we want to do? So if we have this at the same time, we need to change the color. We'll do that. And if we click complete button, which we don't have one here, then we'll see something like this. Then we'll also see that how many points have you gotten, related information, and of course you can go back one more time like this. You can try again and go back home. So over here we need to do a lot more stuff. What is the next thing we should do? Now if you look at this one over here, we need to see a button like this, and we also want to be able to click on this. So this is what we want, and everything else is good right now. Now the button will create right after this expanded widget. Let's see, this is the expanded widget. Yes, so we are good. Actually we should create right after this. Now anyway, so here we do ColouredBox. And well, if you don't know what is ColouredBox, actually I have a tutorial for it. It's more like a container, but it's less expensive. Okay, so that's why we use ColouredBox instead of container, because it's less expensive, it has less operations. So here we want to set up the theme color, and then we would do scaffold background color, this one, and then we would do child over here, and then we would do a padding, and right after this we'll have child. Well, one more thing though, we need to have padding, otherwise we'll get errors. So UI parameters dot mobile screen padding, this one. And then over here we'll have main button and then on tap event. Okay, all right, now inside this on tap event, actually we want to show something. Right, now let's go ahead and save it and see how it looks like. And at the same time, actually we need to pass a string to it. We know that our main button takes a title parameter or property, so here we'll call it complete. Okay, now as you can see, it's here. Over here we want to be able to click and go somewhere. Now where to go? Now for this reason, actually inside this controller we need to go ahead and create a method, and we'll call this method name as a complete, and this is the method that would be calling. So here we would call complete, and inside this, well, now as the quiz finishes we need to stop the timer. Remember we created a timer early, so we need to cancel the timer actually, otherwise we'll have memory leak, and which is what we don't want. And over here we need to make sure that the timer is not null, and then we go somewhere. So here we'll use get.off and to named. So this from here we want to go somewhere, and where we go, well, now for now let's see, we can go to our home route I guess, but we have to change it soon. Now let's come to test overview over here, and right now we're gonna call controller. So controller dot complete, this is the method that we want to call. Now let's click on this, we have restarted, and now if we click on this, it was supposed to take us to somewhere, but if it doesn't work, let's restart it and see how it goes. All right, so here we are, things are loading, beautiful. Okay, now let's do complete, and over here we want to do one more time. Let's see over here. Okay, now if we click on this, and I do think we have a bit of error over here, null checker used on a null value. So here it says that the timer doesn't exist. Well, timer should be existing. Let's go at the top over here, we do have a timer. Now I think we were doing something wrong with the timer, so that's why it says that it doesn't exist. So first, when you created this timer, actually here we were supposed to save it in a variable, which we did not. This is the variable. Let's go ahead and restart it, and let's click on this. Well, we are not talking about this one actually, we want to talk about this one. So let's go ahead and restart it, and it still says that it doesn't exist. So in that case we need to restart the app one more time, and hopefully it will be solved. Let's go ahead and just finish them. Yes, it works, so it takes us to the home page. Yeah, that's beautiful, but of course we don't want to go to a home page. Now if you see over here, this is not a home page, so this is a new page where we want to go. Now to be able to do that, first we need to create a new file inside our screens over here. So let's go ahead and look at this one. So inside this here, we want to create a new file and we'll call it result screen.dart. So this is what we want to create. Now inside this we are going to create a stateless class. So let's do that, and here we would call it result screen. And then over here we'll have simply as simple as that one. And well, before we go ahead, we can return a scaffold over here, and then we'll have body, and inside body we'll have say for example center, child, and text result here, just like that. Now inside this controller, actually we want to call this result screen. Now remember earlier how we did things. For example, we have to create a static const over here. So we do static const string and a route name like this, and over here we'll call it result screen. Very good. And we want to call it route name rather than that one. Now over here you do result screen dot route name. Okay, all right. So now let's come over here. We'll take the test one more time. Let's see how things are going. Okay, so I think we do have a bit of problem here, but anyway, that's because of wrong routing and things like that. Now we'll go ahead and take the test. We loaded things like that. Yeah. So now if we click on this complete, it should take us to this one. But at the same time, actually we also need to define our route page over here. Okay, otherwise we'll still get error or it won't work. So here we do result screen. Okay, and the name should be result screen as well. Okay, and let's see how it goes. But I'm not sure, we might have to restart it one more time. Yeah, it didn't work because we need to restart it. Let's go ahead and do that. Is we have a change in our Dart file. If it's just UI, the hot reload would work, but because this is a big change in the Dart file, so that's why we need to restart our hot reload. Okay, now let's go ahead and check it like this. Now click on complete. Yes, now it works. Beautiful. Okay, so this section is working. Now what we saw earlier over here, so we want something like this. Now a lot of the work we have done before, but first we need to go ahead and create a new controller. Now over here we are going to introduce something new, something called whatever we introduce, first we'll go ahead and create a new controller inside this, and we'll call it result question result actually, or test result extension. Now we wouldn't do it like this, we do questions controller extension .dart. So this is what we'll have over here. So this is the Dart class. Now over here we are going to introduce, So over here we are going to introduce a new idea, a new conception, which is called extension methods. Now extension methods in general extends a class, but it's a little differently. For example, over here we do have this class, question class or QuestionController, but this is a class. You may forget, you don't need to worry about this one. Just remember, this is a class. Now over here we want to extend it. And what I mean by that, actually, we want to add some new properties or functions based on this class, which also means that, for example, this class has some properties variables, and I want to use them over here. I want to get them from here and use them over here. So this is called extension methods. And how to do that? Now first, you need to write the word extension. As you can see, it already popped up. Extension. And then you have to give a name to your extensions. For example, we could say QuestionController extension. Now over here you need to write a keyword which is called on, and on which class we want to extend on this class. So let's go ahead and copy this class and put it here, and then we'll have curly braces. Now because this is a class, let's go ahead and import it. Now what will happen? Because of this one, actually we'd be able to access the properties, like for example loading status, all questions, question index, and even the getters. Okay, so pretty much all the properties would be accessible over here. So based on that, you can do a lot of new stuff, but those new stuffs are, or those new calculations or whatever we do, they would be limited over here. It won't affect over here. So this is also separation, and at the same time adding new features based on the older class or packages or library. Okay, when you do extension, you add new features on the third-party packages or libraries, but the way we do it, it doesn't affect the third-party library or package. Okay, example, over here we have this variable which is called all questions, which is a list, and actually we want to access it over here and do something new. Now over here we want to create a getter based on this all questions, and we'll call it correct question count. You can name it anything. Now because this is a getter, now over here I can access all questions. As you see, our editor Android Studio recognizes it automatically, and because this is a list over here, so we can access all the properties a list should have. For example, here we can access the where method. Okay, now where method has element. Now element, we can take that one, and whatever the properties the element itself has, we can access that. For example, our element has selected answer. We are going to check if the selected answer is same as element dot correct answer. Okay, now if it is true, then based on that we'll convert it to a list, and after that we'll get the length of it, and that's as simple as that one. So you see the magic happened. We accessed all questions, and whatever this all questions mean, whatever it is, if it has some underlying properties, methods or functions, we'll be able to access all of them, and based on that, if we do something new, we're gonna save it in a variable. So this is what we could do inside extension. Hopefully it makes sense. Now if we did this extension, actually now extension we did based on our older class, which is called QuestionController. Now what if we want to use this extension in our UI? And that's pretty easy. Now this is the UI actually where we want to use this extension. Now if you're going to use it, actually we don't need to mention this extension name. Actually we can mention just this one. So we'll copy this, and right over here, instead of stateless class, here we'll do Getview, and inside this we'll put our controller. And of course we need to import the library over here. Now because this is the number of correct answer, right? here we are selecting how many answers are correct based on these questions. So it will return a certain number, and that number, which is this one, actually would be able to access over here. Now since we did this one, so what we could do, we could just simply remove this over here, and over here we'll have text, and because this is a controller, so we can access the controller property, and then we can access this one. And let's see, so let's go ahead and import this one as well. Now it says that it cannot be int, so we can convert it to string, and we are good to go. Now this extension works over here, we can verify it. So let's restart our app. And we'll work on this. So let's load them, and we are over here. So we'll just select some random answers. It doesn't really matter. Okay, now if we click on this complete button, it will take us to this results screen over here. And here we see that we have one correct answer. So which means that we are able to access this property, which was actually inside this extension class. But in the UI, you don't need to mention this extension, which is also called extension methods. Actually, the way you write it, this is called extension methods. And you can access that in your UI just like this. Beautiful. Anyway, so now we'll go ahead and create more methods inside this. So this is number of correct questions. Now, well, this is number of correct questions count. So we can create another one, correct answered questions. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that. See, here we'll create a getter, and that would be string type. And since it's a getter, we do here like this get and correct. Let's see, answered questions. Well, based on that, we'll return something. What are we returning? Let's see. So over here, we'll just go ahead and copy this one. So this is the total correct questions answer, and then over here we do out of. Now as I said that we can access all questions count, this one, right? Then here we do length. Now over here we can say are correct. Beautiful. And right after this we'll just simply return like this, and it works. Now, since this is our UI, actually, of course, this is not the UI we want, right? It's pretty ugly looking. Anyway, we'll remove this one first. Now, inside this, we'll have a background decoration, the one that we created early, background decoration. Now, inside this, we'll have child. I think we need to import it, and we did. And just like earlier time, here we'll have column, just like this. Okay, then we'll have children. Now at the top, we also want to use our customAppBar, the one we that created early, customAppBar, this one. Now customAppBar takes leading over here. Now what's the leading? Now it does take a sized box, so over here, I mean a widget, so we just want to pass over here a sized box widget. Now here we'll have height. Now we'll set it as 80, and then we'll also have title. So what's the title? Title should be controller dot all correct answers questions, this one. Now let's go ahead and save it, and we see that it changes, and beautiful, and this is what we wanted. Okay, great. And so that is the customAppBar. Right after this, we'll have another expanded widget. And then inside this, we'll have content area, This is the widget that we created early, and I guess we need to import part of the things. Great. Now it does take child, and once again we'll pass column to it. And why we are passing column? Because these are all column format. Hopefully it makes sense, right? So we need to pass column to it. Now the first one inside this will have children, right? Now over here we want to show an image. Now let's go ahead and check if we have the necessary plugin over here, pubspec.yml file. Let's see. Yes, we do have svj. So yes, right. If we have that one, now over here, what we could do, we could go ahead and do svj picture, I think this one, and asset. Now inside this we need to mention our asset name. So here it is inside assets, images, bool.svj. So this is what we want to pass. And yeah, let's make sure that we have this assets over here, assets, images, bool svj. Okay, so this is what we were expecting, and this is what we had. Now of course it's trying to take all this space over there, and we'll take care of that very soon. Right after this, we're gonna put another text over here, and text name should be congratulations, this one. And then we'll have style, and inside the style, let's see, header, I think we have header text, this one, and copy width, this one. And then over here we can also set the color to it. Now what color we want to pass? Or we want to pass, actually we can define it here at the beginning. So we can create a color variable. So here we do color, and the name is text color. And how to do it? Now to get it, well, we already have the get library, so no more problem. And over here we can check it. So if it is dark mode, then we just want colors.white. Otherwise, if it is dark mode, we'll get colors.white, and otherwise we'll get theme.off context.primary color. This is the one that we want, and this is the color actually we can pass to it. So here we do color and the text color. Perfect. Now as you see, it already showed up. Beautiful. Let's wrap this around another widget, and we can call it padding widget. Now inside this padding widget, we don't want all, we just can do only. So here we do only, and then we do top 20, bottom 5, and then let's come over here and let's save it. Okay, so it came down a little bit. So right after this padding widget, we will have another text widget. Now here we'd say you have got now 10 points. Well, now this points doesn't exist yet. We'll calculate it. Right after this, we'll use a style, and for style we can use a text style, and then we do color, and we would use a text color, whatever the color was there. So you've got 10 points. Beautiful. And then we want to create a const sized box. Then we'll have height, say 25, and over here we would say const, again text, we'd say tab below question numbers to view correct answers. Right. And over here we'll have text align. So here we do text align dot center. Okay, great. Now right after this we'll have a size box one more time, and let's see, here we'll also have height 25. Okay, great. Now let's save it, and we do see it like that. So here we do const okay, beautiful. Now how about this points over here, how to calculate that? Now for doing this calculation we need to come to our file over here, the one we had earlier. Now we are going to create another getter, and that would be string type string get, and we'll call it points. Okay, right after this we'll create a var and we'll call it points. Now here we're going to count our points, but it's all up to you how you count your points. Okay, it has nothing much to do with me. So here this is how I decided to count it. So get the length, and you'll see the correct answer over here, and then you convert it to percentage, and right after that you do one more operation inside this. Now here we do question let's see, paper, yeah, question paper model, and then inside this we have time seconds. Now over here we are also trying to check based on time, we are trying to score it. Okay, you can score based on actually anything. It has not much to do with me once again. Now over here we'll have question paper model dot time seconds multiplied 100, and then we're going to return points. Now points dot to fixed, this one actually, so after decimal we want 2 points. Okay, now over here we need this multiplication. All right, so this is the point. Now it's a special way of calculating, but again you can just return any kind of percentage and you should be good to go. Now let's come over here inside this. So here we see that it says you have got 10 points, so let's go ahead and change it. Now to be able to change it, here we can just simply do controller.points, and we are good to go. And as you can see we have some points over here, so it doesn't really matter, you can count it any way you want. Now right after this we want a situation like this, the boxes with different color. Now as you see here the colored boxes are a little bit different. Anyway, so over here right after this sized box we could do expanded widget, and inside that we'll have a grid view builder. So here we do expanded, and then we'll do child. Now inside this child, once again grid view builder. Now if you don't know how does grid view builder works, I have another tutorial where I explained everything in detail, so I'm not going to go into detail over here. Now just like earlier we did, so over here we are going to do sliver grid delegate with fixed axis count. Now right inside this we have to do cross axis count, and then we do get.width like we did before. So we expect the size of this boxes should be 75, but it could be less than that, and expect ratio is 1. So whatever it is, make it a square. So this is the meaning. After that cross axis spacing 8, so it's more like margin and padding, and then main axis spacing, so this is also 8, and you're good to go. And right after this you have this item builder which takes a context, but we are not passing context because in general you don't use this context. This is pretty much all empty. Now this is where what we have worked before that comes in true. Now before we go ahead, actually there are a few other parameters that we should set up, otherwise we'll get error, and which we don't want. So these are the parameters. over here we could also do this one, bouncing physics. Yeah. All right, so now inside this, the grid view builder, I think it should also have another property, item count, but unfortunately we don't see item count over here. If we don't see that, no worries, we can just grab it on our own. I'm not sure why it's not there, but anyway, so controller all questions.length, so this is the item count, right? Okay, now we can also get them using this index. Now as we get them using them index, so we can access the very first one in the loop. So that would be controller all questions, and then we can pass this index to it. Now if we did that, then we can save it in a variable, and we can call it anything we want. It doesn't really matter. So whatever the questions, so we get the first one and we save it in this variable. Now here the magic happens, because we want to check which answer is correct and which answer is wrong. So most probably this color stands for correct answer. These are all wrong answers. Okay, anyway, so now over here we are going to check on them. Okay, now default status is answer status dot not answer. So this is what we want to get first, and after that we want to save it in a variable, and we'll call it answer status, and based on that we create a variable. So this is the default one. We believe that none of the questions were answered. Okay, so we save it in a variable, and then we go ahead and compare whatever was saved inside our controller in a variable. Okay, so now over here we know that questions has a property which is called selected answer. So that one has been selected by the user, and we save it in a variable. We'll call it final selected answer. So this has been selected by the user early. Now we also know that there is a correct answer for it, which comes from Firebase database. And as we take data from Firebase database, we know that we saved it in a variable. And that variable is called correct answer. We know it. Now over here, before we go ahead and start drawing, let's go ahead and find the actual status, whether a certain answer has been selected or not. So the point is, it could be selected, or it may be not selected at all. So if it's not selected, it becomes easy. So that means the answer is wrong. If it is selected, then we have to compare with the correct answer and selected answer. So we need to compare these two. So now the first thing over here would say selected answer equal correct answer. Well, correct answer, if they're same, that means user gave us the correct answer. Now here we would say status equal answers correct answer. So we set this status, right? And why we do that? Because we remember we built answer card. In the answer card we have a switch statement, if you remember. So let's go ahead and check it. This one, answer card over here. Nope, not this one. Let me find it. So that should be inside this widget and question card, I guess. This one, yes, right, sorry. So over here, as you see, we do the status check, and based on status check we have different background color, right? So that's what we are doing over here. So we have to, if this matches, we also have to send the correct enum state. Remember, before we declared enum state in our class, which is called this one, I guess, over here. Okay, so they all work together. Anyway, hopefully it makes sense. So that is the first one. Now it could be that if it's not, okay. Now, as I said, that no answer could be null, which means that user has not selected at all. Anyway, So if the selected answer is null, which means actually user didn't select it, which means it is null because we didn't save anything. So here we do status equal answer. Well, we can just simply go ahead and set it as wrong because the user didn't do anything with this. Let's see over here. Okay, now this is also wrong actually. All right, so apart from this, everything else is wrong. So this is the main point. Okay, all right, and then this is the status that we want to send. Send to whom? Send our question number card. So here we could do return question number card, this one. Now we know that we have this index, status, and on tap event. Beautiful. So now here status is status, this one, and index is just like we want to start from 1. Now on tap, this one. We don't have any on tap yet, but we created one actually before, jump to questions. Remember, we are going to use that one. So here we do controller dot jump to questions. Now over here we pass index. Let's see, void cannot be used here. Okay, I got it. Not like this, so we need to pass it as a function. Now let's save it and you're good to go. So we're passing index, right? So we go to the certain one and then we also set it to false. Why? Because this is the last phase of your test, so you don't want to go back and check everything again. Okay, so you can't really go back. I mean, you can just do it only once. So we just check only one question. So now let's save it. Now if you click on this, let's click on this. Well, I guess we have to do something about it. Okay, now here is this thing, because we are jumping to a question, but we are not saying where to go actually. So we need to go to new screen. We don't have this screen. It just counting, because this is a count, right? Yeah, you said this and you wait for it to go back, but we are not going to anywhere. So that's the problem. So that also means that we need to create a new widget, which we can call it answer check screen or anything we want. Okay, so from here we want to be able to click on an answer and check the answer whether it's correct or not. So we want to be able to click on them and work on that. But now we don't have any of this mechanism. We can just jump to a question. Okay, all right, but of course it doesn't work because we don't have any route for it. Okay, now what we could do, we could go ahead and create a new stateless class. Hold on. Okay, great. So let's go ahead and create a new stateless class over here. Now here we are inside this, and over here we'll create a new class and we'll name it check answer, or answer check screen dart. So this is what we want to do. Okay, now here first we'll create a stateless class. So let's do st. Okay, now with st we can name it, say answer check screen. All right, let's import part of the library. Okay, great. Now one thing you have to know, that what do we want in this screen? Pretty much we don't need to send anything. We'll read everything from this QuestionController. So over here we are going to replace that. So here we do Getview, and then we'll point to our controller. So our controller is QuestionController. Questions, I guess, yeah, second one. Okay, and let's import getX library. Okay, and yeah, that's it. Okay, now what's the screen should look like? Let's take a look and see what it should look like. So it's still loading. Okay, here we are. Okay, just random selection. Well, just do random selection. So we're gonna click complete with dead. Now definitely if we click on one page, one of this over here, actually it should show us like this. So we'll have the default background color and the correct answer color as well, as you can see. But now over here, this is the wrong one, wrong answer. So we'll have the right one. So this is the right answer, and this is the user chosen wrong answer. Okay, so this is what something we want to do. Anyway, so everything would be able to read from our controller. So let's get our scaffold over here, and then we'll return, well, first we'll have AppBar. Looks like we need to import it. That should be inside material widget. Okay, now Cupertino widget is not necessary. Let's remove that. Now here we'll have AppBar. Now we'll use our customAppBar. Now inside this we'll have extended, well, not inside this actually though. So here we'll have title widget. Okay, so let's go ahead and send title widget. Now title widget actually pretty much for this one over here. Now first we'll wrap it around OBX, and then inside this we'll have a string. Actually we need to have text first, and then we'll have string like this. Then there is question and then space, and then we'll get controller object and question index value, question index dot value. Okay, so whatever the index is, we add 1 to it, and right after this, most probably we need to convert it to string as well. So this is an integer, so let's go ahead and cut this, put this one inside this variable, and to string this one. And at the same time we could do pad left this one, because if we have empty space we want to cover it with 0, right? So over here, that's why we do 2 0, and yeah, just like this. Okay, and we want to do a little bit of styling. Okay, so for styling we just do style, then here we do have AppBar TS, so that one, and that's it. Okay, so this is the text that we want to show. Now, well, we were in this, let's see which one, over here, right? So now we can go ahead and connect our UI and route as well. So from here we want to go back to this page, right? So let's go ahead and do const static, well, I think that should be static. Well, just let's go ahead and try it. String, and the string name is, we could call it anything. We'll call it route name over here, and answer check screen, yeah, just like this. Right, and then we'll have our app routes. So let's find it, app routes. Actually not this one, let's find it one more time. App routes dot this one. Now right after this we'll inject or bind our route actually. Well, there You can call it inject as well, but a lot of people say bind. Now here we'll say answer check screen, this one, and let's copy this and put it here. Great, so with this we are done. Now from over here we want to, okay, so we jump to a question when we click on this, and as well as we want to direct to named this one over here, and we'll do answer check WR answer check screen dot route name. Great. Now let's see our UI screen over here. Well, I guess we need to restart it. There's a lot of state change, this and that. So let's click on this. I would say human body, red light, whatever it is. This is the correct answer. All right, let's click on complete. Now if we click on this, let's see if we can go to answer check screen or not. Okay, so as we click on this, so of course it will get the answer index or question index, and it will set it to this one, right? Jump to this one over here, and as well as, so over here controller is being changed, the variables current value and question index, those are being changed at the same time. Now let's check. At the same time we'll go to this screen, so let's click on this. Yes, it takes us to a new route, as you can see. Just in our case we don't have anything. Now over here let's set up a property which is called extendedAppBar true. Not much change yet. Let's see, keep working on this. So we do have this customAppBar title widget, and then show action menu icon true, as well as over here on menu action. Now remember, this one takes a function. So over here, if we click on an icon, we want to go somewhere. Okay, so we'll put the function whatever it does a little later. Now this is the app bar. Right after app bar, let's go ahead and work on the body section. So here we would say background decoration, this one. Okay, now we do need to have a child for it. Let's go ahead and work on this child, and for now text check screen. Now let's save it. Yes, so everything showed up because of this background. Now we can see our customAppBar as well, and this is the menu that we were talking. Okay, now of course we can go back over here, I guess. Yeah, whatever you click, you go back. This is question 1, question 5. Wonderful, right? Now because of this one, actually we can also reroute to AnswerScreen once again over here, Get.offAllNamedUntil. Now with this we could do result screen dot route name. All right, so let's come back. All right, let's save it. Now let's click on this. Now if we click on this, yes, it works. So we go back to this one once again. We click on this, we can go back like this. Click on this, we can go back like this. Beautiful. All right, so this is the screen that we are working. Now once again, just like last time, over here we don't need this. So what we'll have over here, we'll do OBX because this page will be responsive. And then inside this we'll put column, and we'll have children and expanded widget. Now this expanded widget column, how they work, these are the basic things that I've covered earlier in my other tutorials. We don't know, go ahead and check them. Now here we'll have content area. Now inside this content area you'll have child again, and over here we want a single child scroll view so that we can scroll, and right after this we'll have padding, and we'll do const edge insets, and let's do only, so we'll do top 20, and right after this we'll have child again, and inside this we'll have column, now children, now text. Okay, so inside this text we want to put something that comes from our controller dot current question. So first we want to get the current question value, and then question itself. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it and see what we see. So this is what we have. Remember, this pattern actually up to here, I think we are pretty much following everywhere. Okay, so anyway, as long as you have content inside this pattern, you see it beautifully decorated. Okay, great. Yeah, it works. So all the questions we can get. This is question 2, this is question 1. Beautiful. So the next thing we want to show the correct answer, as well as if an answer is wrong. Now to be able to do that, right after this actually we want to use get builder. So get builder, because that part will be a little bit interactive, so that's why we need get builder. Now inside this I don't think we need to pass an object of context, so let's skip that. And right after this, of course, we need another ID. All right, now here the ID, we'll call it answer review list. Okay, now once again, what is this ID would be doing? Let me just help you with this first. Container. All right, so it's an empty container right now. So what is this ID? Remember previously in our question controller over here, we do have this one. Now previously we have also listed mentioned an ID. Now this question controller actually has been used in many different places, but I just want to trigger rebuild of the UI in only one place. So if my UI knows and the controller knows those IDs, for example over here this is an ID, so based on that ID it'll look for get builder, even though you might have used this controller in many different places. So but you don't want to redraw UI in so many different places, you just want your specific places. So if you have the ID, based on that ID, GetX knows which one to build, so which means that it is less expensive and memory efficient and fast. Okay, so right now because we have this ID, so if I do any interaction on the UI, so get builder would get called and only that certain widget would get built. Okay, not like our QuestionScreen. For example, I think we have a QuestionScreen over here, and inside QuestionScreen we had I do believe, yeah, this one. Okay, so this, even though here we also have QuestionController, but this widget list separated view would not get called. You get the idea, right? So ID is very important if you use your question controller in many different places, which means that if you use the same controller in many different places. Anyway, so of course here we also need to mention our controller type. So here our controller type is question controller. Makes sense. All right, so anyway, now let's go ahead. So here we want to return list view dot separated. Why list view dot separated? The reason is because of this, because they're like list, right? You get the idea. So here we get them. All right, and item count. Okay, now first let's set up some properties that could get us pain if we don't set up them now. So this one, shrink true, and physics. never scrollable physics, and then we do have item count over here. Now, what is this item count? Item count, we can get it from controller, and then current question, and then we need to get its value, and then every question has answers list, and then we have the length for this. So that's what we get. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, so for example, if I have a question like this, and so this is the question has answer list, right? So it will have 2 answers, 4 answers, 3 answers. In different places it has different answers, I remember. So most of the time it's 4, sorry. But some places it was 2 or 3, I remember. So that's why we need to get the length, okay? Anyway, you get the idea. Definitely separate builder is the most easy one over here. So we don't need to pass any context, I guess. And over here we'll do index, and right after this we'll return, and return const sized box. I think that should be height 10. And right after this we'll have this one over here. And now item builder. Now item builder, once again, I don't think we need to pass any context, because that context we never use anyway. So over here, here's the trick, what to do these sections. Now, if you see here, the situation is I have selected the answer, but this is the wrong answer, right? And at the same time, we have this correct answer. So we need to take into account all of these answers. Like over here, this is the correct one. I got the correct one, my answer is correct. So we don't say anything else. But here we do have the wrong one. So this is the wrong one. This is actually the current one. So a few things that we need to take care first. So let's get an answer first. So here we do final answer. Okay. So over here we do controller, and for that controller we'll get the current question value. So what will happen, we'll get answers at index. So 0 means the first one, 1 means second one, third one, fourth one, right? Now first we get one by one each of them in a loop, because you remember this list view separated would run in a loop, right? Okay, so we'll get that one first, and then we also want to get controller dot current question, this one. And then one more time value is not null, and this current question has a selected answer, so we get that one. Now selected answer, actually we set it on our own over here. Remember, we passed down the identifier. So this was something that user selects one of them, and we passed down to this. And we passed down to this and saved it. So that's how we are able to get them, right? So we need to save it in a variable. So let's go ahead and do that. Final, and we'll call it selected answer. Selected answer, right? So let's go ahead and do more. Well, it's showing, oh yeah, we don't have any return statement, so that's why we have a few errors here, but we'll get rid of them very quickly. Last view, we also need semicolon here. Okay, all right. And we also want to get a correct answer. So just like this, we'll copy this from here and put it here, but instead of this one, we'll get correct answer. Now, what is this correct answer coming from? Now, this correct answer is over here, as you see, okay? So each of the questions, they have correct answer and 4 options. And inside these 4 options, we have answer and identifier. So what do we need to do? We need to match this correct one with this identifier with the user one, okay? First, we'll check if this is the same as user selected, C. And at the same time, we'll also double check if this exists over here. So a few checkings we need to do. Anyway, now over here, we need to save it as a final correct answer. Get the idea, right? So these are the three available well, actually these are the two, one the selected and there's the select correct answer. The other we always get in a loop one by one, so pretty much those identifiers and answers. So this will have identifier and answer, as you can see. So this is the answer, right? So it has answer and identifier fields. This one has the same answer and identifier. So index refers to answer, index refers to this one. So as I said, this one. Okay, now anyway, let's define another variable, final string answer text. Now what is this? So over here we do like this, answer answer text. No, actually this is answer dot identifier. Answer has identifier dot answer dot answer. So what are we doing here? So actually over here we are combining identifier and answer together. So these two, identifier and answer together. Why? Let me show you why. Let me show you, because actual answer could be identifier and answer together. Okay, so this is the complete one, so we get that. Okay, so what actually we could do, if user has selected say C, now we do the same for user selection. C and identifier together makes it a complete answer or answer text. So this is another way to understand. But anyway, we need to compare this one, right? Without comparing, we don't know if the answer is correct or not. Compare with what? With the user selections. Anyway, now let's go ahead and do the conditional check. So if here we do correct answer equal selected answer, and at the same time over here answer dot identifier equal selected answer. So if this condition meets, then we do something. So here we'd go for correct answer. So whatever the correct answer in the database is same as the selected answer, and at the same time we double check answer identifier equals selected answer. Remember, selected answer is also an identifier, but these are all identifiers. So what we are doing here, we are checking with this if it matches with this, as well as the selected answer from the user. So double checking. So that's one type. Now the other type is if else if. Now, so what's the other type over here? So this time selected answer equal null, which means that user actually didn't select anything. So not selected answer. Forgive me the typo. And else if over here we might have another one. So correct answer not equal selected answer. And over here we also check answer dot identifier equal selected answer. And this should be the wrong answer. Why? Well, definitely correct answer is not same as the user selected, and at the same time the user selected actually exists in the identifier, so that makes it a wrong answer. That means user has selected, but it's not the same as this one, but at the same time it exists. Okay, so let me tell you how it works. So maybe user has selected B, but the correct answer is C, so they are not equal. But B exists in the identifier, so it's double checking. All right. And another one, else if correct answer equal answer dot identifier. Now that would also give us correct answer. Over here we want to return answer card, I guess this one. Now previously we want to send answer card and on-tap event. Now here answer is equal answer text. This one, an on-tap event, we don't do anything because we don't want to click on the answer card and select. So if you have answer card with the function previously, we know that that helps you to select, but we don't want to select anything this time. And at the same time we set is selected false. All right, now here we do have some of these gaps, what to do with them. Actually we need to create some new widgets for that. Of course, if we look through it, each time one of them would be selected. So here we'll have a widget, we'll return that here and here as well and here as well. So one of them would be selected and returned. And sorry for the noise, I'm working outside today. Anyway, so we'd come to this answer card, and right over here actually we create some stateless classes. And the first one we'll call correct answer. Yeah, just like this. And what do we want to do over here? Well, let's see. We just want to send the answer, actually string answer, that's all, and then we'll compare. So over here we do required this dot answer. Now here we will have ink, and then we'll have child. Let's return, and then we'll put our text over here, and then we'll do answer, and right after this we'll have style for it, and here we do text style, and then inside this we'll set color. Now I think we have correct answer color. Well, looks like it's not recognizing, so we can do F colors and check if it's there or not. Yes, we do have, but it is not recognizing. I'm not sure why, but anyway, so I'm going to copy this one from here, and I'll just put it. Okay, I know why it didn't recognize, because I didn't mention the color tag. Now it should. Okay, so this is the color property that I should have. I'm sorry for the noise once again. Weight, so font weight over here we would use bold. Font weight dot bold, and we could do const modifier here. So that's for correct answer. And now let's go ahead and check with this over here. Well, we don't need app routes, check answer. Now if we do have correct answer right now, actually we could just return correct answer over here, and we're gonna pass answer text to it, and we should, for others we'd return container, empty one, nothing is there. So for now just check how it goes. Right, okay. So we'll go back over here, and we know that right now we can do correct answer. Okay, so that was supposed to be our correct answer. Click on this. Okay, I think we are missing part of it over here, so let's come over here and finish it, then apply padding to it and see how it goes. Const add insets symmetrics, this one we're gonna use, and then we do vertical symmetric, vertical 20, horizontal 10. All right, what else we could do? I think we can also do decoration, and over here we'll do box decoration. And now let's see, border radius, UI parameters dot card border radius, this one, and then color. Now color is correct answer dot with opacity 0.1. Now let's save it and let's click on this. Now we don't see enough of them, or we are missing some of them. What's the reason? The reason behind it is that we have empty container. Okay, so that also means that we need to go ahead and create those widgets for them as well, but we don't have them. Let's go ahead and create, and actually they should be very easy. Well, we can just go ahead and copy this first one and then paste it right here. Now this time, instead of correct answer, we'll call it wrong answer. Okay, and over here we'll also change the name for this, and I think the only thing we need to change over here is this color, wrong answer color. Yeah, that's all, and everything else could stay the same. Yeah, and so that was the wrong answer, and now we can go ahead and copy this one more time, and this time, instead of wrong answer, we'll call it not answer. Not answered. And then I do think we also have color for that, not answered color, this one. All right, and now let's save it. Let's go back and check on this. Oh, of course, we need to work on this section as well here. Okay, and I think I had a wrong one. It shouldn't be here. It should be actually here. This is the correct answer. Now this one is return not answered. Not answered. Yeah, and inside this we could do answer text as well, and over here this is the wrong one, so here we do wrong, return wrong answer, and answer text. Yeah, and over here this is still the correct one. Yeah, let's save them, and now hopefully we see the changes immediately. If you go back, so this should be, I chose this one, but this should be the correct answer. Now over here, this correct answer and my correct answer, and over here it's the same. Great, wonderful. So far actually we have done a lot of wonderful job, and thank you for watching it with me so far. And don't forget to buy me a coffee if you think I created some value to you. Anyway, so now if we are here, if you see that, we also have these two options where you can try again and go home. So once we are done with this, we'll wrap it up and finish this part. Now to be able to work on this, I think we need to come to our questions. Let's see where we should go. Results screen, I think this one. So this is the results screen, and over here we want to do something. Okay, so now let's come up here, and inside this we are doing something wrong over here. Results screen, it shouldn't be like this. I think I made a mistake, but anyway, so here AppBar, it was supposed to be like this. And over here, extended body behavior true. Yes. Wow, sometimes you do a lot of coding, it happens. But anyway, so right after this, over here we want to do whether we are trying to finish it or try again. like this. Anyway, so the first one is color theme.offContext dot scaffold background color, and then we'll have child, and then we'll have padding. Okay, and let's set up padding for this. UI parameters dot mobile screen padding, and right after this we'll have child and row. Now expanded this row, we'll have children, and we'll have main button. Let's do main button. We do have main button, and main button takes on tap event. So on tap. Now for now it's empty. We're gonna work on them very soon, and as well as color. So here we do color, and the colors dot blue gray for now. Go ahead with this, and we can also set up a title for this. So first one would say try again, just like this. Let's save it, and we do have this one. Now to get rid of this, let's wrap it around a widget which is called expanded widget, and it should do the trick. Yes, it did. Alright, now the color itself, actually we can change it over here. We don't have to be like this. So we do get is dark mode. If it is dark mode, I think regardless dark or whatever, we could just do on surface color. Right after this, we want to create another button, and let's do it. And over here we would say go home. And on tap event stays the same, and we're going to use default color for this. That's what we see. Now here we'll have sized box, and let's create a little bit of width with this, width 5. Alright, so we do have a bit of width. Now how to work with this two sections over here. One is this one and this one. Now over here, actually we want to create a new, want to call something, and we'll call it controller dot try again, but we don't have this one. I know we'll have error, but let me set them, and we're gonna set them very quickly. Controller dot save test results, just like this. So we'll go ahead and find our controller. So we don't need this anymore. Almost done. So this is the controller that I'm talking about. Now the first one we want to do is right after this, try again. So here try again, and what do we need to do? Let's go ahead and do that. Get.find question paper, questions paper. Let's see, what do we have? This one over here, question paper controller, question paper controller, this one. All right, let's check the name. What was the name here? Okay, I'm sorry. So it's a quiz paper controller. The misrepresentation of the name, but anyway. So here, let's find it, and here we'll call a method which is called navigate to questions. So we have to pass the question paper to it model, because we are starting again, right? This as well. Okay, great. And here we do is Now here I think we have a property which is called is a try again true. Okay, and if it's not working, let's check why not. So navigate to question. Okay, that's a try again. No, is a try again true. Okay, so because we want to try again. All right, so that's the first one. And what do we want to do next? Let's see. Result screen. Okay, this error is gone. Now we want to work on this one. Now this is save quiz results, so we do right after it once again. Now because this would be an operation where we want to save our result to the Firebase console, so that has to be future type, save test results. Okay, and now over here we do var, we do a batch operation to save our results. Okay, now let's see what reference we created early. We might have a reference over here, references. So we can call this one, and then after this we would call batch method, because we want to do batch operation. And one thing we need to check if the user exists or not, which also means that actually we are logged in or not, just to double check. So here we'll have auth controller, and then I think previously we made a method which is called get user, so we get that one. And do we need, yes, Firebase auth. Okay, great. And then we'll check if user equal null, then we just simply return. Otherwise we do batch operation, batch.set. So we want to set our information. Okay, now if you come over here, this is for user collection, get the collection, and for that collection we do some operation. So here we do doc. Now over here we'll have user dot email, this one. So for that user, if the user exists, for that user we get our documents as user email. User email, we use it as a document, which also means like an ID actually. If you know from our previous the earlier part of this tutorial, I talked a lot about this collections. Now here we'll create a new collection, my recent test. So this would be my collection name, the one we that create. Of course, every user will have this one, and then doc. Now over here, question paper model dot ID, and okay, so that's part of the operation that we are doing. Let's see, is there a reference? Yeah, we need more, otherwise I think we'll have error. Now right after this, actually we want to have a callback function, and now the error is gone. What's happening here, one more time, so we get the user reference, and for that user we get the email address, and that should be a document for that certain user. So if you have different users, that different users will have different email address, and for each of the users we create a new collection. And because user may take any kind of test, physics, math, chemistry, so for that test we get the ID and save it. Okay, but of course we are not saving yet, but it's creating sub documents based on sub collections. The earlier collection was this one, right? So collection, document, sub-collections, sub-document. That's how you should understand it. Now over here, we want to create some new fields for our sub-collections. Here we do points. So whatever the points we have, we save that one. Now this point we actually created early, I guess. Okay, I think we are doing it in a wrong place. Hopefully I figured it out. So let's cut this one. Actually, we want to do it over here. And let's import stuff, because this is the extension. And everything else should be good. All right, get.find. Okay, great. Now over here, correct answer. So here we do correct answer count, actually this one, by all questions dot length. All questions dot length. All right. So number of correct questions count and number of questions we had. So this is a comparison that we send to the user. And over here we do question ID. Okay, now this should be question paper model dot ID. And then we'll have a time, that how much time the user has used. We could do question paper model dot time seconds, the total time we had, and the total remaining seconds. Okay, so that is the time that user has used. Okay, so with this, we are going to, right after this, actually we can do batch.commit, this one. Yeah, and we are good to go. Let's see why we have what is missing after return. Yeah. Okay, so we don't return immediately, we wait. Anyway, and right after this, we want to go to home page, navigate to home page. Now, I think we don't have navigate to home page, so over here, we're gonna go ahead and create a new section where it says navigate to home page. New function, actually. So here we do void navigate to navigate to home. All right, so let's cancel the timer, because everything has been done, and make sure the timer has been canceled. And this is something that you want to avoid, because otherwise you will have memory leak. So over here we do home screen dot route name, this one, and here we'll return route as false. Now with this, it would start everything from the beginning. Okay, so we should also save memory. Now we also need to set things over here, because if we want to try, we want to fall into this condition, which we didn't save it, didn't do it before. But anyway, now first come over here, the error should be gone, and now do this one. Okay, so navigate to questions we have, right? So we need to change this. So here we want to do get.toNamed, this one, and then QuestionScreen dot route name, and we're gonna set that. Okay, so let's go ahead and save it. I'm not sure we can. Says that we do have an error. All right, so we can go home, and if you click on go home, what will happen? if you see over here, if you of course we don't have this one, navigate to home yet. Let's restart. So let's click on this, go home, and if things happen or not, yes, we go home. That also means that in our backend we have this information about our user. So let's come back and see our user. So this is our user, right? And we see that I have basic information and as well as a new collection and the paper ID that I did, correct answer, points, and question paper, things like that. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. So if you try a second one, you'll see that, say, let's try maybe chemistry or biology. Let's try this one. Just select answer. Well, I think I'm all wrong. Anyway, so let's. And if we see, yes, it's already here. That was for biology. All right. Yeah, hopefully it made sense. Anyway, so along with me. And if you learned something, don't forget to share. And if you have questions, leave a comment below. And don't forget to buy me a coffee. Thank you so much. By the way, here we have this ID, but I think I forgot to put the ID over here inside this questions controller. So let's go ahead and do that. And that's all. Thank you.